Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 12th and hopefully final council meeting for 2025. I want to commence by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet, the Butchla people, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Opening prayer. Let us pray together, each of us according to our individual beliefs. Grant to this council wisdom, understanding, and sincerity of purpose for the good governance of the community. Apologies and leave of absence. Everyone's here. Disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures of interest? Councillor Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to disclose a declarable conflict of interest pertaining to item 11.2.1 and to deal, and it's pertaining to the fact that my fiance owns a private caravan park in the Fraser coast, and to deal with this conflict, I'll be leaving the room during the discussion and voting on this item.
Thank you. Are there any further disclosures of interest? Councillor Chapman.
Mr. Mayor, there was a motion coming up today about funding towards the rural fire brigades. I don't feel it's a declarable interest, but I'd just like to point out that I am an auxiliary fireman. I just participate if there's a fire, but I've got no involvement within the executive or running of the auxiliary fire brigades. Thank you.
So is informing us of a declarable conflict, I guess? We're going to take a vote on it.
Just awareness, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll just deal with it as you've given us.
As I do all the time with that issue.
Okay. It's better for me. I agree.
It is better.
Yeah. I'll move that, just so that it's there in black and white that you don't have a conflict of interest and you're okay to stay. I understand you are a fireman. I've run into you in disaster situations, you hosing out people's garages after floods, but you're not on the executive, and you don't have any financial interest. You're not a supplier. I'll move that Councillor Chapman is able to participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, including all subsequent discussions and decisions on the matter. The reason Councillor Chapman is able to participate in the discussion and vote on the matter as follows. Councillor Chapman has informed the meeting of declarable conflict of interest in the matter according to section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act, and B, councillors present and able to vote on the matter except the following. The facts as outlined in the disclosure made by Councillor Chapman. The declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Chapman in the matter is not considered to be significant enough to require Councillor Chapman to leave the meeting, and that it is appropriate for Councillor Chapman to remain in the meeting and participate in the decision. Is there a seconder? Councillor Sanderson. Put the motion on favour. Any opposed? That's carried. Are there any further conflicts of interest to declare? Item 4, mayoral minutes. There are no mayoral minutes. Item 5.1, the minutes for November. Is there a mover for these? Councillor Byrne, second Councillor Farage. Any speakers or questions? Put the motion on favour. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 6.1, the open resolutions register 27 to 34. Is there a mover that we receive a note? Councillor Farage. Is there a seconder? Councillor Govers. Any speakers or questions on the register? Put the motion on favour. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 7.1, community presentations.
To the council, we had 4 community presentations this morning. First being from Ms. Lola Webster on behalf of small business in support of Torquay Caravan Park. Second being Mr. Luke Schnetter on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, also in support of the Torquay Caravan Park. Ms. Tanya Boyce on behalf of Scott Boyce, requesting a review of the animal husbandry local law, and Mr. Graham Wood to provide some information about flooding issues.
Is there a mover that council note the verbal report? Moved Councillor Govers, seconded Councillor Byrne. I'll put the motion all in favour. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Petitions, are there any petitions? Committee reports, informal meetings, record of matters discussed, pages 35 to 52. Councillor Farage, you're moving this that we receive a note. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wheeland. I'll put the motion all in favour. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 10.2, the Water and Waste Services Advisory Committee meeting minutes, pages 53 to 58. Is there a mover for this? Councillor O'Keefe, seconded Councillor Byrne. Any speakers or questions? Motion all in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Everything's unanimous. Item 10.3, Traffic Advisory Committee meeting minutes for the 4th of November, pages 59 to 66. Yeah, I'll move it second first. Councillor Chapman, second Councillor Farage. Councillor Farage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just note, I'm not sure what page, that the minutes said that the meeting was held at 10 p.m. and I just want to confirm that that's not correct.
Where you are?
Good pickup.
We do work late, but no, it's 10 a.m.
Okay, yeah, that just, I'm not sure what page, but I will find it.
Yeah, page 60.
Yeah, 60, yeah, it just says at 10:30 p.m. at Elmgowan Street, so just
Good pickup.
to correct that.
So we can correct that without changing the motion. That's just a typo.
Mr. Mayor, I'd actually like to speak for that one because I'm heavily involved in the Traffic Advisory Committee, and I'd just like to thank all the participants from outside officers such as the police, the main roads and Translink and school safety. All these people that actually make their time to come forward and have a look at issues that we've got across our region, and it's a very productive committee. And I'd just like to wish all them, if they're watching, a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to them all. Thank you.
Councillor Byrne?
Thank you, through the chair. I'd just like to thank the Traffic Advisory Committee for listening to some concerns from the Burrum Heads residents. It's been raised a few times about speed limits coming into the township, so there'll be some increased signage in there, which I know will be much appreciated. And also this give way sign on South Fork Circuit and Orchard Drive. They've been fighting for that for quite some time actually. So just on behalf of the residents, I'd like to thank the Tax Committee for taking that on board. Thank you.
Any further speakers or questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Truscott?
I have had two complaints or notifications about the new traffic lights in Tanana, about flashing lights because people coming around that bend there. There's probably, I'll say it's going to be a bit of a back on if something's not done about that. There is a new sign there. There is a new sign that says traffic lights, but it stands out not at all. I've noticed the other day, in fact, I was talking to my wife there, as we're driving there, I thought, oh gee, because you come around the corner there at 60, then you're supposed to slow down to 40, but most people don't, probably including myself. And so you go around the corner and there's all cars backed up, and I think it is a real concern. Normally I don't worry about things like that, but that is probably an idea to have a flashing light.
You want to respond to that?
I'm quite happy to respond to that, Councillor, through the chair. I'm happy to raise that through the Traffic Advisory Committee and get their advice on the proposal.
Do you want an email on it, or?
That would be fine.
Thank you.
We'll generate an action for the Traffic Advisory Committee to respond to that.
Thank you.
I just had a question on 63 about Sterling Drive to Nissen Street, the connection. When do you think we'll be able to do that work by in terms of investigating the connection?
Through the chair, the connection is a strategic alignment, and that's being looked at through the strategy and sustainability team. Has been tabled, and I believe there may be budget to begin some assessment on it.
But we've always sort of kept the land there in reserve to do it, haven't we?
Yes, there is. There's a connection to Nissen Street, from Beach Road extension through. There's no connection through the TAFE yet. It's not been acquired, but that is part of the investigation.
Any further questions or speakers on this item? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.1.1, the council meeting attendance for January 2026. Is there a mover for this? Councillor Govers, second Councillor Farage. Any speakers or questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried 9-2. Item 11.2.1, Councillor Farage is leaving the room. This is outcomes of community consultation regarding Torquay Caravan Park. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 11.2.1, I would like to move that the officer's recommendation, item 3 in that document.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Truscott.
Page 69, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, this is moved, councillor Chapman, second councillor Truscott, sorry, councillor Cosgrove.
Mr Chair, I've been asked by the meeting secretary to table an updated engagement report.
Yeah, so we don't need a second for that. Okay, so does everybody know what councillor Cosgrove is tabling? Yep.
So it's in response to my RWFI, which essentially updates the data on page 100, which was incorrect.
Yeah, so this is moving that, that updated report be tabled, all in favour? Opposed, that's carried unanimously. Councillor Chapman, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, Mr Mayor, I'll just hold my right of reply.
Any speakers in favour of the motion, which is the officer's recommendation? Yep, okay, councillor Truscott.
I mean, I suppose most people know how I stand on this idea, as I was always pretty confident that people already knew what the public wanted and we didn't need to do a report. I will say at this point though, I'm not against a beautiful park on the foreshore, but not at one of the sites of councils, one of the only profit-making areas. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers or questions? Very quickly. Councillor Byrne.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the outstanding efforts by our team during the consultation period. I'd also like to thank the residents that have approached me personally to express their thoughts and opinions. One could say this has been an emotive topic and the discussion has at times been, in my opinion, unnecessarily heated. It's never okay for anyone to be bullied, verbally berated, physically attacked for doing their job. While I freely acknowledge this was a minority of cases, it was still completely unacceptable in this process. I have always maintained that the public consultation piece be the catalyst for this decision. The rhetoric surrounding this decision has been muddied at times, and to see misleading and quite frankly untrue statements on media platforms, both written and digital, has been disappointing. Whenever anyone has contacted me for respectful and genuine feedback, I've given it, quite freely. I've personally witnessed incorrect information circulated by ill-informed persons claiming all sorts of facts, figures in regard to not only the proposed refurbishment but anything council-oriented, while gaining signatures on petitions and encouraging engagement during the process. This does make me wonder how many respondents actually understood what they were being encouraged to be a part of. I would also like to acknowledge the community members that have been instigating respectful and insightful participation in the engagement process. There are many people here today that have been very active in putting the correct information forward and supporting the engagement team, and their efforts are appreciated, and I thank them for their sensible approach. Having said all of that, the recent community consultation has revealed overwhelming support for the refurbishment of the Torquay Caravan Park. This feedback underscores the park's ongoing value to our local community. As our community continues to evolve, with the growth observed amongst both younger families and older adults, the necessity for inclusive, multi-generational recreational spaces becomes increasingly apparent. The Fraser Coast is severely underrepresented in this area. I will be supporting future investigations into appropriate areas for increased play areas, green spaces and community places for our esplanade and for our families to enjoy. Refurbishing the Torquay Caravan Park will honour the community sentiment and respond to public consultation. The Council's commitment to transparency and responsiveness throughout this process further reinforces the case for proceeding with the proposed upgrade. In light of these findings, I will offer my full support for the refurbishment of the Torquay Caravan Park, but I encourage the Council to move forward with the project, guided by the strategic plan and budget processes. Thank you.
Any further speakers or questions on this item? Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be speaking against the recommendation for us. Mr Mayor, the Torquay foreshore belongs to all of us, and I want to thank our community for their participation in the engagement process. I want to thank the engagement team and broader organisation for their professionalism and recognise the considered analysis and interpretations contained in this report. Council's engagement process adhered to principles of good governance and sought meaningful community engagement. We encouraged community members to have their say on the Torquay foreshore via the engagement hub. Our processes were open and transparent. Councillors, some people have had their say. SurveyMonkey registered 4,385 responses, but we need to consider the interests of the other 120,000 people whose voices were not heard. In terms of the access to the engagement hub, I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Burns, for pointing out the fact that we had an enormous amount of information and fact sheets available for the public to view. And I want to just talk to that, if I can. So our engagement team provided info sheets that outline social impacts, economic impacts, financial impacts, land tenure impacts. A whole raft of information was provided to the public. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how many of these tiles and info sheets were accessible, as most, over 60% of the engagement survey was conducted on small devices. It was very hard to view. The PDF images that were provided, I wear glasses and I struggled on my device to actually see them. And I think that needs to be said. So let's focus on the facts. There has been a lot of misinformation perpetuated by certain segments of our community. The info sheet, when describing parklands, and I quote from the info sheet, urban parklands generate significant economic benefits for communities by providing accessible and attractive spaces. Parks encourage a higher visitation from both residents and tourists, supporting community wellbeing and increasing demand for local infrastructure and investment. Quality parklands also enhance the attractiveness of a region. Green space improves livability and are considered for families, businesses and visitors when choosing where to relocate or spend time. They contribute to place identity, tourism appeal and a positive image of the community as a sustainable and welcoming community. Importantly, increased use of parks flows directly to local businesses. Visitors are more likely to extend their stay, dine in local cafes or shop nearby, creating a multiplier effect that supports small business viability and broader economic growth. Investment in parklands is therefore not only a social asset, but also a driver of economic prosperity. A study by Ubris showed that from a sample of almost 500 resales of park fronting properties showed that average capital growth was 0.7 percentage points greater than the local surrounding market. In some cases, the average capital growth reached 16%. Info sheet, open space. An open space parkland would create green, accessible areas for recreation, relaxation and connection while enhancing the foreshore as a community asset. This information sheet outlines key... Mr Mayor, community parks offer lifestyle and amenity and are vital for everyday wellbeing. They offer green spaces where residents can relax, connect and engage in physical activity. Parks contribute to livability by improving neighbourhood appeal, fostering safe meeting places, encouraging healthy, active lifestyles for all ages. Community parks, in relation to water-based activities and facilities. Access to water-based activities is a strong social driver. Facilities for swimming, kayaking, paddleboarding and other water sports deliver proven health and well-being benefits, promoting physical fitness, stress reduction and social inclusion. Current demand for water sports facilities far exceeds supply, highlighting a need for investment. Community parks, social and health benefits. Community parks with water access encourage families and young people to engage in active outdoor recreation. This reduces social isolation, builds community pride and supports youth engagement in positive activities. By addressing the undersupply of water sports infrastructure, communities can unlock significant long-term and health benefits. Apologise, Mr. Mayor, I'm just finding my place.
Sorry.
Councillors, some people have had their say. But we need to consider the interests of the other 120,000 people who call the Fraser Coast home. I will be speaking against the recommendation before us. The Torquay foreshore belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a further speaker in favour? I'll speak briefly in favour of the recommendation. This has been, I think, a good process. We should always be looking out for ways to expand democracy, to bring more people's voices and opinions into decision making. And I understand this has been the highest number of responses we've ever got to a consultation piece. It's never perfect unless you do a plebiscite, and that is something we could do in the future, where you actually get every single registered voter to vote in a plebiscite, like a referendum, or we do what we've had in the past with basic citizens' juries. But this is another way of expanding democracy. In terms of the actual caravan park itself, caravan parks have been a real key part of Harbour Bay's history, and they will be part of our future. They're a strong part of our identity, and they're a strong part of our economy, and I'll be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor Chapman. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cosgrove?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking against. I want to start by acknowledging the engagement process and the clear majority of respondents who preferred retaining the caravan park. People engaged with the process that was available, and I respect those who took the time to do so in what I think everyone will agree was a very clunky survey, whichever side of the fence you're on. At the same time, our responsibility as councillors is to weigh that input alongside the broader planning, demographic and budget considerations that sit around a decision of this scale. The engagement result is one important piece of information, but it is not the only one. I also want to explain why I proposed amendments to the motion, which councillors would be familiar with, that essentially would have allowed us flexibility around timing and design decisions. Essentially so that council can properly sequence major capital works within the full context of budget, particularly as we prepare for the 2032 Olympics. Our most recent budget process shows how tight that balancing act is. The long-term allocation for the sports precinct was reduced by half, with the remainder now dependent on external funding. That highlights the competing regional priorities we must weigh. $8 million is a significant capital investment, and even supporters of the status quo noted in their submissions that the Torquay Caravan Park is functioning well in its current state. Given that, and the fact the project is not scheduled to begin for another 4 years, retaining flexibility around its renewal is sensible governance. Even if we were to focus purely on the esplanade, it is reasonable to consider whether public-facing amenities may provide broader benefits and greater economic uplift in the lead up to international exposure than a caravan park refurbishment would. These are the type of timing questions that every major capital project must sit within, and that was the reason that I had my alternative motion listed. Before turning to my own position, I think it is important to reflect briefly on the context of this engagement. There had been around 8 months of mobilisation in support of the status quo, contrasted with a very limited presentation of alternate concepts, essentially 4 images and a PDF released on day 1 of a 4-week process. That is not a criticism of the public. People can only respond to what is put before them. But it is something we should reflect on when planning future engagements of this scale and with this much emotional background. I also paid close attention not just to the headline result, but to the reasoning behind it. As colleagues would know, I put a detailed position paper on the public record outlining the long-term planning issues and land use considerations that informed my perspective. Throughout the engagement, including from the most committed advocates for retaining the caravan park, I did not see those substantive points addressed in a rational or considered way. Again, that is not a criticism of the public. People respond to what is familiar and what has been front of mind for months. But it reinforces to me that some of the deeper strategic questions which we must think about remain unresolved. There is another insight worth noting. Across both the Hervey Bay and broader Fraser Coast datasets, respondents aged 15 to 44 preferred the combined parkland options. That aligns directly with our strategic lens, which emphasises livability and the desperate need to attract and retain working-age residents and young families. It does not overturn the overall result, but it is a meaningful signal about future expectations. Some of the assumptions that have shaped this debate also deserve scrutiny. A common claim that has been that anything other than a caravan park would harm nearby businesses. The experience at the upgraded aquatic centre suggests perhaps the opposite. When we invest in high-quality, family-friendly facilities, usage increases dramatically. In fact, when we were still closing at 2 p.m, before we extended the hours, almost 1,000 people were inside the centre at closing time on a recent Saturday. That level of activity would support local business, not undermine them. Likewise, the remarkable public response to the tree climb announcement, more than 230,000 people having been reached on social media and thousands of positive reactions, with almost half of them from people aged 18 to 44, demonstrates the appetite that exists when a concept is compelling and communicated well. The concepts released for this engagement simply didn't generate that level of interest or buy-in from the broader public, and I think that's a lesson for us going forward. This engagement gives us a snapshot of sentiment within the bounds of what was asked and how it was asked. It does not replace the broader conversations required for generational planning. There has also been a recurring suggestion that a broad, centrally located public space could simply be created elsewhere along the esplanade. Whilst I'm sceptical of that, I do appreciate colleagues such as Councillor Phil Truscott expressing support for that notion. However, parcels that are nodally fronting or nodally adjacent are extremely limited, and those that do exist would require significant investment in stabilisation, levelling, rock revetment and vegetation clearing. Nonetheless, I think it is a question worth testing properly, and I intend to constructively take that forward and ask officers at a future meeting to identify whether genuinely comparable sites exist and what they would realistically cost. Turning now to the planning question itself, my position has been consistent from the beginning. Our strategic lens places livability and strategic growth at the centre of decision making. We know the Fraser Coast has a profound demographic gap between the ages of 20 and 50. We know our foreshore is one of our most valuable public assets, and we must consider how it caters to all into the future. And we know that opportunities for major, centrally located, high-quality public open space along the esplanade, particularly in nodal areas, are extremely limited. For those reasons, I believed, and still believe, that the parkland alternative had strong long-term merit. The view is not about dismissing history or community sentiment. It is about the planning realities, demographic pressures and population growth the region will face over the coming decades. It is about ensuring that our increasing fly-in tourism is fostered further by providing better recreational opportunities that entice people onto the Fraser Coast mainland, not just having a continuing over-reliance on our two greatest strengths, the Whales and Gari. If we are to realise the density set out in our planning scheme, we must ask how we service that density with public space. This council has shown a willingness to exceed even that planned density, and if that growth materialises, the need for high-quality public space becomes even more pressing. For these reasons, while I respect the engagement and respect that colleagues will reach different conclusions in good faith, I cannot support the officer's recommendation today. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers in favour? Councillor Truscott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to speak briefly on this, I'd like to, as other councillors have done, is thank the staff that have been involved in this process for their time in it, to thank the community for their support in this as well and for speaking up. This survey that has come in is the biggest survey result that we've ever had back on any subject, which is huge, and that is the community having their say. So, I mean, typically in a survey, if we undertake feedback on anything, if we get 600 to 1,000 responses, that's considered large. So to get something that's over 4,000 is very large, and so it's great to get that feedback and for it to be the way that it is. I raised in the February council meeting, I felt it was my opinion that we did not need to go to the public consultation on this process because I felt, in my opinion, that it was already overwhelming at that time. However, I respect the process that has happened, and the outcome, I believe, spoke for what I thought it would. As Councillor Phil Truscott said, I also want open space, but I just don't believe that this particular location needs to be the one for that. And I think that when it comes to these sort of big decisions, it made me think about some of the previous ones that we've dealt with, like the sports precinct or the new library hub building or the space opposite City Hall with the green space where we get community feedback. And in all of those cases, what stood out to me was that there was people for and against, and very clearly so. And in this case, as I stand by, and I appreciate that the survey results here say 76-24, and I stand by that I've said previously that no one in the public has approached me once about this, which is, I find, unusual. And again, that could be just my position. I don't know, but that's my experience on this. Whereas in all other subjects, I've had people from both sides of the argument come and talk to me. However, that being what it is, I appreciate the position that we're in. I am in support of it. I've always been in support of retaining this. And I'd like to say I also appreciate, Councillor Cosgrove, how you've approached this situation. Even though we've been on different sides of this, that I appreciate the open discussion with you about it and how you've handled it, and with the amendments that you were talking about or your proposed amendments rather, with the budget process. I believe I'm still happy to do that with, not necessarily by change to this motion, but that because it is still a process that is to take time, that we will do that as part of the ordinary budget process. I believe that is achievable, and I spoke with our CEO about that. We should be able to do that. So I believe we can still have those discussions, which I'm grateful for. So I just want to share that I am in support of this, and I have been, and look forward to putting this chapter behind us.
Are there any further speakers against? Councillor Gilbert.
Community consultation is not a referendum. Unfortunately, this survey was deliberately steered in ways that do not reflect the agreed intent of the genuine community consultation. Over the past 8 months, there has been significant scaremongering. Our council staff have been abused, intimidated, even spat on for simply doing their job. Yet, the staff behind the process have done a remarkable job. Planning and implementing a consultation that genuinely seeks the views of our community is no small task. The dedication, the professionalism, the care shown by our staff throughout this process to gain an understanding about the Torquay foreshore has been outstanding, and they deserve to be recognised and congratulated. It's disappointing that personal opinions and commentaries expressed by some have undermined the integrity and process, giving the appearance that this matter may have been resolved prior to being formally brought to this meeting. This council has consistently focused on the long-term future of our region. We know we must retain youth and families to balance our demographics and secure our future workforce. This is the heart of our corporate plan and the strategic framework of building livability and growth. We know we must consider the growth that is coming. We know we must support the whole regional approach to economic development in every decision that we make. We know this is the work we have consistently focused on around this table for the last 18 months. However, this is not reflected in the recommendation. For instance, what it does say is while caravan parks generate direct visitor spending, high-quality open spaces generates broader and more sustainable benefits, lifting property values, attracting tourism through events and supporting a vibrant community life. Research shows that every dollar invested in open space returns between $4 and $11 in economic value. Colleagues, this is the bigger picture we have been discussing around this table and we have been working toward. Regardless of the future of the Torquay foreshore, it's going to take a major investment from council. Council staff, councillors have worked hard to set a clear strategic direction this term. And if we support this motion, we are shelving our strategies like many others that have gone to the dusty archives before us. I understand that this has become an emotional matter, but we are elected to present the whole region, make decisions grounded in governance, evidence, and strategy. And for these reasons, I cannot support this motion.
Are there any further speakers in favour? Councillor Sanderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. I'll be speaking in support of this recommendation. As we have shared, the region has been very clear in how they see the position of the questions asked. And as Councillor Truscott raised earlier about Councillor Cosgrove, I just want to also publicly honour Councillor Cosgrove for the question that was asked to the region. He had the courage to ask the question to the region to ensure that we are making the right decision moving forward. If he hadn't have done that, this responsible public response would not have happened. So I do commend him for asking this question. In leadership, even when you need courage to ask the questions that people may not want to hear, and he had the courage to make that decision, so I honour him for that. I don't agree with my position is based clearly on how the region do see this proposal. We are elected to serve and make the best decisions that they believe is for the region. And I did ask myself, is the caravan parks true fabric of our region? And the region has been incredibly clear on what they see is part of the fabric. And this caravan park in particular, all three, as we've heard this morning, are very important to the region, and this one in particular. I've never seen the response we've seen. So I will be supporting this. I think they are part of the future of our region. 50 years' time, they will still be there, it's my hope. But at the same time, vision is required across the region, across this area, and it's my hope that we can embrace the caravan parks, but also activate our region in an exceptional way. So, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, I'll definitely be supporting to keep the current recommendation and proceed the way we are. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers against? Councillor Wheeland?
Yeah, look, I'll start with thanking our staff to face what they've faced and still show up for every community consultation. You have my admiration, and just condemn some of the behaviour that we saw and some of the things both online and in person. But I also want to thank the people that acted with integrity and acted appropriately and embraced the consultation that we were hoping to get. I can already see what the outcome is, so I'm just going to use this opportunity to drop some data and some facts that help me make decisions when I'm making decisions for our region. And I'll start with the fact that we have a strategy based on this data that we collect, that we pay consultants and our staff to collect to help guide the decisions that we make. Why do we have this strategy in place? Because we had a demographic analysis that had the following statements in relation to our LGA. And these are direct quotes in relation to the demographics in the Fraser Coast. These are the quotes, "This is as extreme as it gets for any local government area." These are word for word. "You are missing 2 decades of population at an insane scale. You need people in their 20s and 30s. You need to massively attract people in their 20s and 30s and 30s and in their 40s. These are word for word from the analysis. That in the next 12 years, we will double the population of people who need care. There is no scenario under which we will have sufficient carers in 12 years' time. And this is a broader average, and we are far higher in the Fraser Coast." Now, why is this relevant? Because the cohort in which we'll pick up the reins that we must attract more of have stated clearly the lifestyle that they want here. Nobody's mentioned that that cohort voted in favour of the space. I'm sorry. Throughout this topic, I've been told by older demographics what the kids need or want. But they don't need to tell us because we have that response in the data too. This was in favour of the other 2 options. We put a lot of work into this data. We got a lot data in front of us to help develop our strategic direction, and we landed on an overarching strategy because we identified that it was clearly what we need to help our region become sustainable and be able to be serviced by our own population. Our former CEO sent out an email about 12 months ago. We all received it, and it had a table, again, actual data, that showed our four biggest growth age groups, which was 70 to 74 was our largest growth age group, 75 to 79 was second, 80 to 84 was third, and our 4th biggest age group in growth is 85 and over. I just want to also talk to some of the percentages of our workforce that will be ageing out in the next 10 years. The percentage of the workforce in Australia that's reaching retirement age in the next decade is 15%, but it's 21% here on the Fraser Coast. That's more than 1 in 5. 1 in 5 teachers retire, close to 1 in 3 age and disability carers retire, almost 1 in 3 aged care nurses retire, 2 in 5 truck drivers, and half of our bus drivers at a time that we need to be expanding our routes and growing our region. All key roles for a successful and sustainable community. I heard Councillor Truscott speak about nobody telling him that any support for any of the other regions. Well, I go to soccer training, rep soccer training, gymnastics and netball all year. And the amount of excitement in the families and young people, look, my goal is to get that premium beach space. I can see which way this vote is going, so I'm really excited. The appetite from both Councillors Truscott, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Cosgroves to go ahead and look for somewhere like this. I think when you look at their East Coast cities, they all have that one part. So people come here, it's going to be one of the places they're going to visit while they're here. I think we need that, wherever it is. You go to Bargara, you go to the Turtle Park. Think about every East Coast major centre and think of that parkland. It used to be Surfers Paradise when I was a kid. You'd go to Gold Coast, you had to go to Surfers Paradise. Now there's plenty of spots there, but where's our one beach, park, business combination where you can do everything in one spot? I just want to talk a little bit to our age cohort percentages, which I found intriguing. 2021, about 18% were between 15 and 34, our key service working ages. That reduces to, in 2046, that'll be down about 4%. And 65 plus will go from 30% to 39%. This is, the goal is not to stop people coming here to retire. I think that's a compliment because we have a beautiful lifestyle. That's exactly what my parents did, in fact. They moved here to retire because it's a beautiful place to live. That's not the goal. What we need to do is balance that growth by listening to the age group and the cohort that are going to service our population. Now, we have that in strategy. We've seen the data and we made a conscious and deliberate decision because all the data says the same thing. All the analysis says the same thing. Look, whether my colleagues support this motion is irrelevant, but what we need to do is commit to attraction of our demographics. This is critical. Some of the comments from our demographic analysis were absolutely damning for our region. So we need to commit to making some decisions that might be unpopular, but are clearly the direction we need to be heading to ensure we have a sustainable community. This isn't to say that this isn't my attempt at a persuasive argument. This is quite literally the results of the directions from our analysis. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Are there any further speakers in favour? Are there any further speakers against? Are there any further speakers or amendments before I go to the Councillor Chapman for right of reply? No amendments, no speakers, no questions. Councillor Chapman, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. We will get people here in their 20s and 30s with work. I would like everyone here today to not leave this room confused and have a positive direction forward. Good morning, Mayor, Mr Mayor, councillors, community members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today as a regional councillor. First, I want to acknowledge the community and staff for the outstanding level of community engagement we have seen regarding the future of the Torquay Caravan Park. More than 4,385 residents and visitors took part in the council public consultation, offering over 20,000 comments. That level of participation clearly shows just how strong people care about this foreshore and its future. The result speaks loudly. 76%, or 3 out of every 4 people, said the retention and refurbishment of the Torquay Caravan Park would provide a greater benefit to the community. Now, I'd like to put that finding into a simple scenario that everyone can relate to. Think of this consultation as an apple. You can cut an apple up as many different ways you like. You can dissect the numbers, slice them thinner, analyse them by age, group and status. You can place those slices into 3 separate piles. 9% one pile, 15% another pile, and 76%, in the overwhelming majority, is the largest portion of the apple by far. And by a long, long way, the biggest pile belongs to the Torquay Caravan Park. No matter how many times you cut it and how many ways that you try to rearrange it, the community message remains crystal clear. I also extend my sincere thank you to the Save the Torquay Caravan Park group. Your hard work in gathering 8,600 handwritten signatures and over 3,770 online supporters shows extraordinary dedication. Your passion and organisation clearly demonstrates how deeply the community values this site. It is worth noting that anyone supporting the other 2 options had the exact same opportunity to gather signatures or petitions for their preferred outcomes, but no such counter movement emerged. That silence in itself says a great deal. This site is just not about another piece of foreshore land. It has been enjoyed for camping since the 1920s. It is part of Hervey Bay's identity, a place where families have returned year after year, generation after generation, creating traditions and memories that help define our region. Traditionally, coastal caravan parks like these are becoming rare across Queensland, and once they are gone forever. The economic importance of this caravan park can not be overstated. Visitors staying at the Torquay Caravan Park spend their money in our local businesses right across the Fraser Coast region. I spoke with many of these visitors myself, and their contribution to the local economy is sustainable. Their spending supports jobs, it sustains small business, it strengthens our region. When council issues its survey, it clearly stated in its financial information only the caravan park option generated profits that supported over $700,000 of income towards financial sustainability for this region. The other two options, Parkland and Premier Parkland, would create ongoing costs for ratepayers for many years, as worded in documents. So today, the facts speaks for themselves to support the community and its economic wealth. The Torquay Caravan Park is a major part of the Harvey Bay character and coastal lifestyle. As our region grows, it is vital that we protect these places that deliver real value and revenue to this council. Places that connect people, support local businesses and celebrate our coastal heritage. Today and always, I stand firmly in support of retaining the Torquay Caravan Park for our community, regional businesses, visitors and for the generations yet to come, who deserves to enjoy this unique coastal experience. To the 4,385 participants and to the community support group, thank you. Your commitment to the Fraser Coast are deeply appreciated. Let us continue to work together with a common sense to ensure our region remains vibrant, welcoming and economically strong. Thank you.
I'll put the motion, and the motion is as per the recommendation on page 69 with the slight change instead of as per attachment 1, as per the table document. This is moved Councillor Chapman, seconded Councillor Paul Truscott. All those in favour? That's 6. All those opposed? That's 4. That's carried 6-4. The next item is... the new policy, Information Privacy Council policy. Scott, could you find the Deputy Mayor? This is pages 243 to 250. We'll just wait until Councillor Farage is in the room. See. Councillor Farage is moving that council table the updated privacy council policy.
Yes.
Why?
So the updated council policy, does anyone have any questions on the new document? I'll put the motion that it be tabled. All those in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Can we do something about it, please?
You can't shut the door because that's...
We can't shut.
No, you can't shut it. Are you moving that we adjourn for 5 minutes?
Yeah, might as well.
Oh, almost.
For a minute.
Get some order back.
Okay, so is there a mover as per the recommendation, but with the table documents? Councillor O'Keefe, second Councillor Farage. Any speakers or questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.2.3, contributions to Royal Flying Doctor Service, Life Flight and Royal Fire Service, pages 251 to 253. Is there a mover? Councillor Byrne, second Councillor Farage. Any speakers or questions? Councillor Byrne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to have a quick statement of support for this motion. These organisations play a vital role in providing emergency medical care, medical retrieval and critical emergency responses and services to our rural and regional communities. I would like to recognise the commitment, professionalism and dedication demonstrated by the staff and volunteers of these services. Their efforts ensure safety, wellbeing and resilience of the Fraser Coast region and its surrounding areas, particularly in times of crisis and urgent need. I've personally seen the RFDS in action and appreciate their commitment to saving lives. Our rural fireys are an essential each services that our more remote areas just don't have on hand. Their presence in these communities provide a service that can mobilise in minutes for the safety and wellbeing of residents, and they would otherwise have long waits due to distances. These contributions are essential for our entire community. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Mr Mayor, I'd also like to talk in support of this motion. I actually went up to the Big Red Bash there and I saw the efforts of the Royal Flying Doctors of what they actually do across Queensland and Mr Mayor, a lot of their funding is all, their doctors and all that is all funded through fundraising like such as their events that they run. But I'm watching the video that they actually do, and my daughter was heavily involved with the Flying Doctors out at Roma, and we got a chance to go through that and have a look at that and how important they are to regional Queensland, but also within this region, Mr Mayor. And the Rural Fire Brigade, I can't speak any highly of them because, as you mentioned earlier today, they're not only firefighters, they're people that are prepared to get out, waddle through mud and everything after the floods, clean out, lift out debris, put it into skip bins and everything like that. They are all volunteers, and I just think that their contribution and their equipment that the state government have actually supplied for them to operate with is outstanding and is much needed within our region, and especially for looking after our parks and our reserve lands for burn-offs and things like that. So, Mr Mayor, I fully support what we're trying to achieve here and how we're supporting these groups. Thank you.
Any further speakers or questions? I'll put the motion all in favour. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.2.4, the amendment of the 25-26 budget, pages 253 to 293. Is there a mover for this? Councillor Farage. Seconded, Councillor Byrne. Any speakers or questions? I'll put the motion all in favour. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.2.5, the Auditor General's Observation Report, pages 294 to 307. Is there a mover for this? Councillor O'Keefe. Second, Councillor Byrne. Any speakers or questions? I'll put the motion all in favour. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.2.6, the LGAQ special meeting by postal ballot, pages 308 to 314. Is there anyone that's happy to move the officer's recommendation? You are. Councillor Truscott, you're moving this. Second, Councillor Byrne. Do you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Thanks. Just to briefly say, I'm in support of this as it is because I don't think it's democratic what they're trying to do. I think it's creating more costs and taking away democracy in the process. I think it's not right. There's no other job in the world where you have to do what they're suggesting here, and I think it's purely unfair and unnecessary. And limits healthy competition. Shouldn't happen.
I'll speak against. This is a question that's gone back and forth over the past few decades. Of bringing it in and taking it out. I think the one thing that has really changed, though, is set terms. Used to be, I think local government went to set 4-year terms in 2000, might have been the first election. It was always set, and the state parliament didn't go to set terms until recently after the plebiscite and set 4-year terms. So it's the case now that local government elections are every 4 years in March. And that same year is state parliament elections in October. So I think that has changed the question substantially. If somebody is elected in March to council, I don't think they should be standing in election in October for Parliament. So I think local government, it's, you know, I think it is the best level of government. It's the one closest to the people. It's, you know, to say, you know, it is something that serves the public and the community, and it shouldn't be seen as a stepping stone. And by ensuring that people, you know, do have to resign. I mean, it's the same question on Nick Domeno. It doesn't happen very often. He resigned a state parliament seat to run for mayor of Townsville. It is the case, I guess, that if you're an MP, you've got to resign to run for council. It doesn't happen very often, but it happened in this case. I believe, you know, I'm happy with the Act as proposed as it is, particularly on this question. Are there any further speakers in favour? Councillor Byrne?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion, primarily because of what my colleague there has pointed out, is that councillors are kind of in a unique position. One can't simply go back to being a councillor if you aren't successful in your role or your pursuit as a state member. It was brought up to me that teachers have to resign in order to run for state, but they can always go back to being a teacher should they fail in their bid. So my concern is the fact that if you are a councillor, you can't just simply return to it, you have to be elected to it. While I understand the sentiment behind the motion, some people, like I could easily go out and return to my old occupation, that wouldn't be an issue, but for some people, if they've dedicated long periods of time, I think that you should be able to nominate.
Are there any further speakers against? Councillor Cosgrove?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and at the risk that I'm too convincing, it's probably prudent just to foreshadow an alternate motion, which is to vote against before I speak against. I don't expect to be that convincing, but it's not something I was...
Make sure we got that for minutes. So there's a foreshadowed motion.
Say that again, please.
Well, I just don't want to have no motion, you know, in case George and I just start a wave, you know. Is that okay for me to speak?
Yep.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, thank you. Absolutely not something that I have thought deeply on, but as you know, Mr Mayor, I'm a big fan of you and always watch any podcast appearance that you take part in. And it was either yourself or Stuart Taylor on Who Gives a Vote that talked about this issue. And I think, to be frank, I agree that a councillor, now with the timed elections, a councillor who was planning to run for state parliament in October should know in March. And I would point to the model by our now member for Harvey Bay, David Lee, which is exactly what he did. He finished his council term with full knowledge that he was running in October. Now, we're just voting on, a ballot essentially with this motion. The exception that I think should be made absolutely is for by-elections. For example, if you had the council elections in March and then the state member died or was arrested or whatever in June, then I think that should be a special case, or at any time, basically. But yeah, and in any other by-election. You obviously want people who have an understanding of any level of government to have the opportunity to represent them, their region at a higher level if they so choose in a by-election. But I think, planning would dictate that someone would know if they're going to run for state parliament in October of that year. Noting it's a complicated issue and it's not a die-on-the-hill thing for me, but by-elections also have a cost that needs to be considered. But I just think, in terms of methodical planning of one's political plans, you would know whether you're running in one election or two that year, and it's probably preferable if you just make that decision and stick with it.
Any further speakers in favour?
Mr Mayor, I will actually speak in favour of this motion. Mr Mayor, I look at councillors when they put their hand up to become a councillor. They don't really just want to become a councillor. They want to be able to serve their community and do things in their community. I know that the time frames have changed and it's got a lot closer, But within political parties, Mr Mayor, that things do happen in different ways. And I have a look at who's in state parliament now, and look at how many people that are in state parliament that are actually served for their community. And serving as a council or serving on state parliament, you're still actually representing, trying to do the best for your community right across the whole board. Now, I feel that if the political party has a change or something in there, and they feel that you are the best candidate at the time to run for the election, and maybe that wasn't thought about as when the council election come around. If you actually, with this motion, if voting for it, you could actually step down, and then you can go, and you do not get elected in, you can still go back and do your role as serving for your local community without the burden of putting a by-election across your community. A by-election will cost about $250,000, as we were told the other day. And I feel that if someone's willing to take the opportunity to have a go at serving and working for their people, their constituents out there, and they have been elected in, and there was change as things that do happen, I feel, why should the community have to wear the burden of the by-election? So that's the reasoning, Mr Mayor, why I'm actually supporting this. Thank you.
Any further speakers against?
Yes.
Councillor Farage?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is not an easy, I suppose, thing to consider, and as you said yourself before, Mr Mayor, this has come across many times, and also, as you said, now the election years are set really well, in fact, because they're occurring in the same year. I understand that some colleagues said that, you know, in other jobs, if you'd like to apply for a promotion, you don't have to necessarily step down, but what other job in the world do you get to represent your whole community other than being in local government or state government or federal government? This is an extremely unique job that we are all blessed to do every single day and elected by the people to fulfil that particular role. So it is my strong belief that, as other colleagues have said, if you are choosing to run for state government, then you should have definitely made that decision well in advance of signing the paperwork to run for local government and vice versa. So I think that we should absolutely step down and give other people the opportunity, if they so wish, to run for council. There is no limit on how many people can run. You know, there's very few things that you have to do to be able to run for council or state government, and I think, yeah, we really should be more organised and not just use being in council and having that raised platform as a stepping stone to go on to bigger and better things. I think we are the level of government that is closest to the community, and that is a true honour that we are elected to represent this community and to make real changes that affect people's daily lives, and that shouldn't be taken lightly. Thank you.
Any further speakers in favour? Any further speakers against? Councillor Truscott, you've got a right of reply.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think, enough's been said on it. I agree with what people have said, particularly about what you've mentioned about the terms being set. I think if their position was clearer on not including, say, by-elections, I'd perhaps be a different opinion, but it doesn't, and I don't think they can cover every situation. And I just, as I mentioned before, I don't think it's supportive of democracy in letting people have a go. And I can respect what other people have said about it. I understand that view as well. But yeah, I just don't feel that it's right.
I'll put the motion. This is the officer's recommendation. And if this is voted down, we'll proceed to the foreshadowed motion by Councillor Cosgrove, which is exactly the same, except for it says resolves to vote no.
Yeah. Change 4 to against.
Yeah, against, yeah. Okay, I'll put the motion in. All in favour?
Jumping the gun.
5. All opposed? 2. Oh, sorry. That's, sorry, hang on a sec. 3-6, that's lost 5-6. I'll proceed to councillor Cosgrove's motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Farage, did you wish to speak to this, councillor Cosgrove?
No. Yes. Can I actually amend the foreshadow motion?
With councillor Farage's permission.
So I just want to ask so we can deal with it here rather than general business. Ask the CEO if it's possible to include a point 3 that would read something like that council prepare a written submission outlining that by-elections should not require a councillor to lose their seat or whatever the wording is, resign if running in a state by-election.
Yeah. So the motion, the agenda item is principally about voting in the LGAQ ballot. The third aspect that councillor Cosgrove has added is about the parliamentary inquiry, considering the act, yeah. And so basically we would be putting forward the case that by-elections are a unique case.
Yeah, we would put in that submission for that.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we need to, I didn't word it very well. Do we have wording that's acceptable and makes sense?
Just read it.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
I think that the third point is that
That council prepare a written submission outlining its opposition. No, that's not right. Madam CEO?
I guess it'd be noting, bringing to the attention of the parliamentary committee the unique circumstances of a by-election.
Yes. Which should not require a councillor to resign or step down from their councillor seat to run.
And so that'd be the same circumstances for a councillor to run for mayor mid-term. They don't have to resign. Yeah.
And we could actually extend that with comma, all words to this effect finalised by the CEO and mayor. I don't know, whatever gives us, because, yeah, it was probably a bit ham-fisted. It wasn't really on my bingo card for today's meeting. But nonetheless, if that's okay, the seconder has accepted that. I think that is a worthy exemption that we should be putting an official council position and submission on. Other than that, I think everything else has been said.
Thank you. Any further speakers or questions? I'll put the motion then. All in favour? That's so all in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We did not vote for the recommendation. Do you need to put something in the minutes for the reason?
We probably should.
Councillor decided otherwise.
Other than, I mean, the foreshadow.
It's a policy question. Yeah, that it's a policy. Well, I mean, we voted for no instead of for. That it's basically it's a policy question. Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Cosgrove.
Mr. Chair, would it be worth noting that I think probably the substantive argument was the existence of fixed terms that post a local government election in March and a state government election in October of the same year. I think that was, forgive me if I'm taking liberty, but I think that was probably the substantive reason.
Okay. Okay, item 11.3.1, the Fraser Coast Regional Council Infrastructure Charges Resolution and Incentives Policy. Councillor Chapman's moving this. Councillor Paul Truscott's seconding. Are there any speakers or questions? Councillor Cosgrove.
Mr. Mayor, could I foreshadow an alternate motion that removes point 1 of the officer's recommendation and is only point 2?
Okay. Okay. Councillor Chapman, did you wish to speak to this? Your motion?
Yeah, I was just looking at that where it says,
Could you repeat that, councillor Cosgrove? So remove.
Just point 2 is all I intend to move as the foreshadowed motion.
So just delete point 1.
As a foreshadow.
Yeah. No, speak. You don't.
I'd like to speak for it. Yeah. Good morning, Mayor, councillors and fellow council members. I want to speak today about the importance of supporting the local economy of Maryborough and why the current fee structure on development is simply unsustainable and has in many ways stalled growth in the area. I look at development industry as the trunk of the economy tree, and all of the parts of the economy, the trades, small businesses and services, are the leaves. You cannot grow healthy leaves without a strong trunk. If the development section struggles, then everything that relies on it, the jobs, the local businesses and the community opportunities cannot thrive. Infrastructure charges have been part of Queensland's development landscape since 2011, introduced under the planning legislations of the time. The Planning Act 2016 now provides the legislative framework for determining and managing trunk infrastructure. The major infrastructure needed to support growth such as roads, water, sewerage and parks. The key mechanics of managing these charges is the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, the LGIP. The LGIP identifies preferred patterns of development, defines the scope and the cost required infrastructure, and ensures that new development contributes fairly towards the services needed to support growth. The principle is sound. The cost of new infrastructure should be shared by new developments rather than placing the burden entirely on existing ratepayers. Council has long maintained a suite of incentives to stimulate development starting in 2012, and these have been particularly adjusted to reflect changes, trends and priorities. These policies are designed to encourage investment, promote housing diversity and stimulate development where it is most needed. Today, the report before us proposes a suite of amendments aimed at supporting growth in already zoned and serviced areas, stimulated housing diversity and addressing demands on affordable housing in Maryborough and the surrounding townships. This is vital because Maryborough has a tremendous potential with 2032 Olympics, yet the existing infrastructure changes are acting as a barrier to development. High fees disencourage investment, slow down housing supply and prevents the jobs, economy, activity and community benefits that come with new development. If we want Maryboroug's economy to thrive, we must ensure the development industry or the economy's trunk to strengthen. Healthier development drives jobs, supports tradespeople, stimulates local businesses and ensures our community continues to grow sustainable. Without it, the leaves of the economy tree cannot flourish. I support fair and sustainable infrastructure charges are not just about supporting developers. They are about supporting the entire local economy, strengthen Maryborough and create opportunities for our residents. I urge Council to carefully consider these proposed amendments and take decisive action to ensure that Maryborough can grow, prosper and continue to provide for its community today and into the future. Thank you.
Are there any speakers against? Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respecting the work that the Acting Director and her charges have done on this, and the fact that they work hard to maintain good relationships with the development industry, as is better for everyone, essentially. Nonetheless, it is our job to consider all the people that we serve, particularly the ratepayer ultimately. And we actually made a big song and dance about putting these up to maximum in the last budget process, and I'll read from the media release that quotes yourself, Mr. Mayor. These contributions help fund essential infrastructure like roads, sewage systems and stormwater drainage, the things every new home and business depends on. But even at the maximum rate, developer charges alone aren't enough. In regional Queensland, the charges only cover about 39% of the cost of delivering trunk infrastructure. And the reality is that almost the entirety of that 61% remaining is footed by the ratepayer. So look, I understand that it is a good social goal to deliver more housing in the Australian context, but the reality is that our core business isn't delivering housing, it's delivering the services that make housing possible, and we are grossly underfunded and are asking more and more of the ratepayer constantly to fund things like roads, sewerage, stormwater, drainage and the like, all that trunk infrastructure, which by taking this charge, we are obliged to deliver under our LGIP. I'm not opposed in a sense of ending up with a differential charge between Harvey Bay as the biggest growth area and other areas in Maryborough and the like, but the problem is that less important than a differential charge between those is a charge that has deference to the actual cost of delivering the infrastructure. And the reality is that the charge in Harvey Bay should be way higher, but it's capped by the state government. It hasn't been indexed properly since 2011, and you could have a conversation about differential charging between our different localities if the maximum charge was actually reasonable. It is not reasonable. It is way below where it needs to be. It's putting the burden onto ratepayers to essentially try to, incentivise developers to build more houses, which is a state government goal, sure. But like I said, our responsibility is to make sure that when you turn the tap on, you can put a glass under it, and it's a miracle you can drink that water and not get sick. Not just today, but in 50 years' time. It's our responsibility that the roads that you drive on between those houses are not crumbling, that we can actually afford to service the trunk network that we are required to service if we take on these charges under our LGIP. So look, I cannot support what we have just increased in June, July last year to the maximum because of how the lack of indexation and how low the cap is. I cannot support us turning back on that and saying ratepayers pick up more burden. I understand that could take some of the heat out of areas that aren't Harvey Bay within the development market. I don't think that you're going to see a total collapse, however. Some of these land holdings, I'm sure, have been held for a long time. They weren't developed when it was 19,000. They may not be developed now. The reality is that we've got to think carefully about what our responsibilities are. There's things like I'm forgetting the name of the fund. That big fund, though, where developers can actually apply to the state to have trunk infrastructure put in. That's a way around this. And we are also having the incentives policy for particular types of development that we just aren't seeing. That would be what I'm still seeking to adopt through my foreshadowed motion. But personally, I can't support a reduction of this kind in our incentive charges, in our infrastructure charges policy for the reasons I've outlined. We need to make sure that the balance between ratepayer and developer charges is as fair as it can possibly be. It's unfair at the maximum, and so we should not reduce it today. Thank you.
Are there further speakers in favour? Councillor Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few reasons why I will be supporting this motion, but before I commence with that, I'd like to just thank our staff, our acting director and her team for getting through this. We have a very, very big long list of development applications that our team is working through consistently, and they are always working hard, working late and working on weekends, and I think we need to acknowledge that because they have brought this to us today. They have brought the previous changes to us during the budget, and that is a very short timeline for them to have worked in. And I really wanted to just commence by acknowledging that hard work because it is very much appreciated by myself, and I'm sure it's appreciated by my colleagues. There's a few reasons I'll be supporting this today. First and foremost, everyone you talk to out there in the community that may or may not understand what the three levels of government are responsible for are consistently talking about the need for housing. Whether it's in Harvey Bay, whether it's in Maryborough, whether it's in Howard or Torban-Lee, we are one of the fastest growing regions across Queensland, and every single one of us has said that numerous times post-COVID. We are just growing exponentially. And our businesses are struggling to hire people because they cannot get housing for them. We have made moves in increasing housing diversity, and through this and other motions that have come forward in our housing diversity group, we are working hard to increase that to make sure we're securing our workforce. And this is just a part of that, I believe. You know, Maryborough is at a great period of time where for many years it has remained quite stagnant in comparison to Hervey Bay's growth. And now we have people that may have been holding land for many, many years that finally feel comfortable enough to develop it. And why should we stop that? We've got the train manufacturing hub, all this amazing industry coming to Maryborough, people that are living in Maryborough, working in Hervey Bay and vice versa. We've got upgrades to the Maryborough-Hervey Bay Road. Things are happening in the Fraser Coast. And we need to show that as a council, we are open for business. We want people to come and invest here, whether it's small business, medium business, large business. This is what we need, and this is a part of that. Is this the full and entire solution? Absolutely not. The Housing Diversity Working Group is working very, very hard alongside the director and her team to ensure that the things we are putting in place and the policies that we are bringing in truly reflect the future Fraser Coast that we want to see. And we've seen that as well in our recent economic development strategy and all of the hard work that we are doing as a council to discuss what we want the future of our community to look like. And we need to really remember that. In reference to the costs not weighing up, it is our job to continue to advocate to the Queensland Government to do their job and let us raise those. But until then, all we can do is advocate for that cap to be removed. And I think successfully around this room we are doing that, and the LGAQ is also assisting us with doing that. So, you know, colleagues, I hope that we can push this through, and I hope that we can continue to see fantastic growth across our region, and in today's words, especially in Maryborough. Thank you.
Further speakers against? Councillor Wheeland?
Yeah, I'll start with a couple of questions. Just our incentives policy on page 349. Would we say that this is a fairly bold and generous incentive policy? You see that we're looking at some up to 75% discount?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question and through the Chair. I think it's a policy that we need to put into place to stimulate housing diversity. Yes, it's bold, but no bolder than other destinations, other regions are inputting into their destinations. Our developers, our construction industry clearly tell us the two things that they're looking for is confidence and yield. And by putting these incentives in, these infrastructure charges in, that is going to go some way into supporting their needs and to stimulate investment.
Just heard that button go off. I'm only asking questions at this stage, so don't be too quick on the trigger there. I just wanted to also question why. Yeah, we've got a little graph here on page 333, and we've got Maryborough in with Aldershot, Toona, Tinninbar, you know, a whole list of places. Maryborough is a fully serviced city by all levels of government. I don't understand, I absolutely understand why we would want to support, you know, all those other places there, there's probably 20 plus, to get some housing in there and help those communities. You know, as we know, development brings other things with it to a little community. So I just wanted to understand having Maryborough in there with all these, you know, fully serviced city with townships and rural beach townships as well.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the Chair. The strategy here is to support Maryborough and surrounding towns. There is a distinct gap, housing gap, supply gap, development gap between what's happening in the Bay and the other regions within our area. We need to stimulate that housing, we need to stimulate that diversity. We don't have affordable housing lots available, we don't have a lot of land available in Hervey Bay, so these other areas are, you know, what we determine to be opportunities for us moving in the future. I know that there's a gap between the infrastructure in Maryborough and the other surrounding towns, but we are also seeing great investment into Maryborough and a greater need, so we have therefore incorporated that differential pricing into the entire community outside Hervey Bay. A lot of it's got to do with pricing of land as well, and ability to maximise those pricing and to get that those margins in place for the financiers as well.
I'll just follow up on that, I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Whelan. So would you say in Maryborough is included more out of incentive, whereas say Aramara, where we don't have big plans in terms of future infrastructure, it's recognition that to continue to charge the maximum in Aramara, they're really subsidising the growth in an area which there is high growth in. Like we're not going to get many lots approved in Aramara. And so we're not trying to incentivise in Aramara the way we are, say, in Maryborough. The discount there is more recognition of the lower future capital budget for the region.
Potentially, and thank you for the question, and through the chair, I may not be understanding what you're trying to say, so I might just seek some clarity on that. What we've done is and I might hand over to my colleague in a moment, but we've clumped differential pricing into Maryborough and surrounds. We know that we've got developers that are poised to develop in Maryborough. Yes, no, Aramara and potentially other places. There's not that level of development there, but we can incentivise. There is an opportunity to do that. But yeah.
I think what Councillor Whelan and I are asking is, if you're going to put forward the justification, is it about incentivising these areas where we haven't seen the growth, or is it about a recognition that the major capital spend which we're collecting for is not going to happen in Aramara, Bothwell or Bidwell, it's going to happen in Torquay, Scarness, Cowan and Irwin? Or is it a bit of both?
I think we're going to see major development in Torquay and Scarness regardless. It's a growth area, but I'm actually going to hand over to my colleague because he's far greater experience in this area.
I guess all I'm just asking is, there's multiple justifications. It's not, but perhaps, all right. Yeah.
Sorry, what I would like to say is we want to stimulate investment in all areas within the region where it's relevant. So the key area at the moment is Maryborough. We know that there's pent-up demand, we know that there's land, and we know that there's a distinct need for development in that area. So hence we're putting forward this infrastructure pricing. But I'll let JB answer.
Yeah, just confirmation through the chair, Mr. Mayor. It is both. The conditions that have been put in place with the policy distinctly only aligns to existing zoned and developed land where that infrastructure is in place, versus the cost of greenfield development where LGIP in your trunk is basically that expansion, the cost that goes with it. So we've been very conscious of the approach to this. So it's only existing zoned land that exists within Maryborough or the other townships. So it's a bit of both. It's not only looking at stimulator providing, but there's a lot of areas where there's not a lot of growth actually designated. So at Remuera, there's no land that is actually, unless you're doing a rural subdivision, there's no land there that's actually designated for urban for development. But certainly in Maryborough, we've got areas which are designated. We know there is a demand, but we've also got the actual trunk and the LGIP and our capital growth forecast to be spent there is really, really low. So it's sort of considering both of those elements.
So I'll hand back to you in a second. I just want to check, did you just say that there's no reason for Aramara to be in it then? We've identified Aramara.
Sorry, we've identified all of the specific areas so we don't leave them out just for administration purposes, but we do have rural subdivisions in Aramara. So we've identified all the areas where there is a possible subdivision to occur because the charges would still apply, obviously. I signed a charge notice yesterday at Dunmora, and it was a rural subdivision, little nowhere. Really, as you go, some influence on trunk at a regional level, $24,000 for the additional mile, as a contribution towards future trunk to service growth. Now, equitably, you would have to look at, say, well, some may argue that it is, and the additional burden that comes from that, but it's, if you were doing the same for a non-service block at in Burrell, then maybe.
Yeah, thanks. Just jumping back, I'll recap. So Maryborough, we're trying to support the growth there, basically. So I'm going to jump back to our incentive policy then. And would you say 75% discount whatever 9,000 is a pretty generous incentive to get development happening in Maryborough, especially.
Thank you for your question. The aim, and I will hand over to my colleague again, but the aim of that second recommendation is to stimulate diversified housing. So, not your 4x2s, that it provides, a housing mix that's going to allow for affordability. I think it's a reasonable incentive, and it's not dissimilar to other regions that are incentivising. And I do think it will stimulate investment.
The examples in the briefing were more housing, 4 and 2 developments that we used. When we had the briefing and you used a few examples, you sat right here, Jamie. Sorry, Executive Manager.
Yeah.
And told us about a few housing ones. What my point here is, where we sat in a meeting, in many meetings, we had housing diversity workshop, went to nearly every meeting. I think I missed one because I was away. We had a pretty clear direction from that, I thought. And I think the incentive policy covers that clear direction. I don't think there's a need for a 0.1. I think the incentive, it incentivises a higher yield of housing to bring more housing. It incentivises brownfield, which actually subsidises the ratepayer's contribution to ongoing development, and it gives the developer a higher yield if they build what we have all agreed, and we're directed to agree, and have heard from people that have come into our housing diversity workshops and told us they want, is incentivised. So there is massive subsidies to be happening in the places where it doesn't cost the ratepayer a lot of money. And I think that's an absolutely great way to be, a policy to have. With a massive growth corridor opening, I think we can't shortchange infrastructure fees if they're going to build what we have all agreed we don't need more of, what we've got 97% of throughout the region. It's funny because it will actually give a developer a higher yield as well, because they get more lots out of one property, which is what we've all agreed we need. We've been told by consultants we need it. Gives us a property market that's more affordable, more houses, more properties. I've got friends that are single mums that have said to me, I just want an apartment for my daughter and I. Well, there's nothing. So our incentive policy is bold and hugely supports the kind of developments we've all agreed and been told and been led to believe is what we need. So I will be against this one. Another thing...
May I just respond to that, please, through the chair? I think there's a mix of the two required. We don't have an oversupply of 4x2s in the Maryborough, Tanana and surrounding regions. We need to stimulate investment, we need to stimulate development for both. There is demand for that housing supply, and I think this incentive policy goes some way in encouraging that and giving the construction industry, our developers, the confidence that we're listening to what they're saying. There are landholders and developers that are poised, ready to move. That will give the industry, the investment industry, the manufacturing industry confidence. As developments start, they'll have confidence that we are supporting the region. I think there's a place for both of them. I think we need to give the industry confidence. There's developments ready to go, and yes, they may be 4x2s, but there are other options there as well. We need to give them the confidence that we're listening to them, that we're open for business, and once that development starts, that also brings in our opportunities for us to reach out and encourage diversified housing mixes as well. I think there's a place for the two of them.
Well, we certainly do need housing, that's why we have a bold incentive policy. But I'll just respond with an example that former Director Carline shared with us, which was the Springs. So we worked out $50,000 a block that cost to get the infrastructure there, and at the time the infrastructure fees were $28,000. So the ratepayers subsidised $22,000 for every block out there. This is why we need to incentivise what we need, and if they want to build what we have already, just pay your way. You're already being subsidised, as Councillor Cosgroves has said. What it costs, even at the maximum, isn't covered. We've incentivised what we've all agreed we need: high yield housing, brownfield investment, or dense greenfield. We put a lot of work into that. Where did this recommendation come from? We were led down a path that this is what we need. So we all agreed with it, and then all of a sudden it's come back with, we need to discount it.
In Maryborough, and places like
Maryborough.
Two and Emerald.
Yeah, and I think the outliers can be captured in an incentive policy for a rural community or something. I think we could probably do some work on that. But just a blanket reduction that may have to be subsidised, or probably have to be subsidised again by the ratepayer, isn't the right thing to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. There's a couple of points, Councillor, and thanks for raising them.
Just for a point of clarification, I'm just a little bit confused as to whether a position has been put by Councillor Whelan or...
I think he's still questioning again. I think he's still raising
questions being answered after a position has been put, is that right?
I think some of his position came through in his questions, but he's
Yeah,
still...
I said speaking against at the start, but I'd ask questions too.
Yeah.
Right, so you're stating a position?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It is correct that in particular areas, the cost of the infrastructure, and particularly trunk infrastructure, is high, based on the growth and development that's occurred. But not every area is exactly the same. So whilst it would cost $50,000 to deliver infrastructure in one particular catchment, it's based on the trunk necessary to service that growth in the catchment. So a good example is the Aroween, and previously under the PIP was $55,000 back in 2006. And that the PIP is the previous LGIP, so Priority Infrastructure Plan under the Act at the time. This particular resolution, and the resolution come because the officers have made a recommendation, having reviewed the LGIP, looked at the charges. We have responded to questions raised by the industry, but the industry are part of the community, and whilst the community sentiment doesn't actually represent public interest in all times, we've looked at this, looked at the particular catchments, looked at those areas, done the math. 388 trunk items in our current LGIP. Of those 388, only 75 in the area. So when you actually look at the math, and you actually did the math on the area for the existing zoned land, and you equated what the trunk would cost per lot and the growth of delivery, you're not going to come up with $50,000. It's a lot less. And we're not the only council that goes through that exercise and has those differential charges. Bundaberg last week actually adopted a new charges resolution. They adopted incentives. Their incentives aren't as bold as ours, I must say. They're broader, but we are working on a second package that looks at industry and other groups. But they also adopted differential charges. So, for example, at Childers, you pay $21,000 compared to your 35 in Bundy. Why? Because they don't have the growth, they don't have the expenditure. We take cap charges, so as officers, we've got a real concern regarding the equity of a cap charge in an area. And there was a question before about concerns, I think the Mayor raised, about are we concerned that some areas under the cap charge will be subsidised in the growth areas? Absolutely. Is there a link between how much charges were taken and how much we're spending? Absolutely. Is that link needs to be worked on? Absolutely. So we took, 30 million last year, trunk infrastructure charges. I think we offset 10 last year in actual growth areas where it's occurring. I don't think we actually built an ounce of trunk or offset any trunk outside of Harvey Bay area. So there's a distinct relationship there. What we've identified is that there's an equity relationship present. We've got a public interest and a need for housing and development in areas. We want diversity, we want affordability. The public interest part of this is an officer's recommendation on the basis of public interest that in those areas at present, we don't believe it's equitable, it doesn't align with our policy. We've put conditions and controls in place to limit it to those areas where we're not exposed to trunk. The conditions that go with this, they can't get a refund, it's a net charge application. So, and it's in existing zoned areas. So we're talking about areas, not areas that have been brought in like Nick and Bar, which go through basically preliminary approval, all new infrastructure to service an area. These are existing zoned areas within existing communities we're proposing. So so the basis for this is a recommendation through an analysis of our current policy, our current LGIP, looking at the current charges. We've had a response from the industry to say, hey, this isn't right, it's not working financially, and this is why, and we're responding with a recommendation.
Just last thing, or a couple of, almost my last things. I asked for a request for further information last meeting at the agenda forum and didn't receive it. You mentioned that you got some developers primed to go before, and I wanted to know how many lots we were talking about. I haven't received that, so I can't make a
For the
calculation.
question, councillor, that was shared.
Oh, was it?
Yes, it was, and it's approximately 382 lots.
Oh, well, apologies, sorry. Okay, I'll wear that one. But my stance on this was exactly the same stance when we decided to go to maximum, is you're asking developers for a discount while we're doing 10% rate rises. So I've got people after footpaths and all that for me, and we want to give a discount, and it just doesn't sit right. I don't think it passes the pub test. They get a discount for the cost in many cases anyway. I thought we'd given clear direction through the housing diversity workshop meetings anyway, and look, happy that there's analysis done and everything, but at the same time, we're asking for more from the community, and I think it's fair, you said the industry is part of the community as well, that we ask for more from them as well, which is still capped to a limit.
If I could just thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity. We're not giving a discount to the developers. Infrastructure charges are, as part of any business case, the bank will require it as financing, goes in the cost of delivering the line, goes into the sale price. So if the overall costs of development, which is the land, the construction, the infrastructure, legals, financials, exceeds what you're going to sell the land for, it doesn't happen. So they'll just increase and then make a decision whether to proceed or not. So it doesn't go into their pocket. We're not actually, what we're doing is basically, if we reduce it, we will basically enable land to be developed and supplied cheaper. It's not going to change any of the profit margins of any of the groups that sit there. The lawyers aren't going to take less, the real estate.
So who pays the infrastructure charges?
Ultimately, it's passed on to the
It's passed on to the land
customer.
purchaser.
So in our rates policy, we say we will uncap your rates and make you pay more because you have more money. That's literally what we do, but in this we're saying, no, we don't want to pass on that cost. So I'm not seeing any consistency in that. We say...
Just respond to that. I hear what you're saying, I understand that, but ultimately what's going to happen is it's going to stifle development. The industry will not develop housing.
Isn't that what the incentive policy is for?
The incentive policy is to incentivise a diverse range of housing.
Exactly.
This is to support an immediate need, where there is approximately 300 odd lots rateable product that's going to be developed in the region at the moment, that they won't develop it. They've told us they will not develop it.
If they bought the land today, I would agree with you.
Sorry?
If they bought that land at today's prices, I would agree with you, but I don't think they did.
Thank you.
Are you speaking against still?
Yeah, I don't think I need to say anything further. I think my question was pretty clear.
I'll speak to you in favour.
Thanks for your patience, colleagues.
Councillor Truscott?
There's something that Councillor Cosgrove said that I agree with, and that is maybe the infrastructure charges in Harbour Bay in particular are not high enough. I think that's true because it's painfully obvious. And painfully is not the right word because it's a good thing. The developers are knocking down the doors to build in Harvey Bay, but you just drive up Main Street towards the ocean, look on your left, and there's hundreds of houses being developed. So obviously they're making money, but this is not happening in the southern region. I've done the sums, and the developers can't make any money, so they will not develop. It's not our fault that the costs have gone up, but if we are looking at looking after ratepayers, all this is not doing this. All this is going to do is put housing prices up for our ratepayers. So I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Other speaker against? Other speakers? Councillor
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to speak in support of this motion. Seeing that a lot of the areas mentioned in this table are in my division and probably Councillor Truscott's division, I can tell you now that these smaller communities are never a priority in all of the decisions that are made across the council, because everyone here tells us that we're regional, but I can tell you 100%, because these numbers of people that live in these areas don't appear to that, we can't even get footpaths in there. We've got parks that are falling to pieces. We've got public facilities that need addressing. This incentive policy will encourage growth in those areas. It will see money put back into the region. It will see people put back into the region. It will see industry growth. It will see doctors and pharmacists and people move to some of these smaller areas. These communities are suffering and screaming out for some sort of attention. By incentivising our infrastructure charges, we're going to see some development go on in this area, and the flow-on effects will be massive across these communities. This is how communities grow. This is what we want to do. We want to incentivise and support these people. So I'll be voting in favour of this. I can't, like I said, these little communities are screaming out for some sort of attention. We need to get people into these areas, and this is how we do it.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Truscott?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking for, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Look, just to reiterate some of the comments I already said, I very much agree with the comments by Councillor Byrne and Chapman and Phil Truscott, and I agree with Councillor Cosgrove as well, as Phil said, about perhaps the max is not reasonable, and perhaps that is the thing, but it is because, yeah, we're seeing it booming here, which is great, and I have no objection to that. But yeah, the tap is flowing here, but the tap is running dry in the other areas. And so the tap is off in some areas. So as we've heard through the executive manager and that, there are some developers that have just said they will not do it. And yeah, we would like to see those areas of the Fraser Coast still grow and flourish as they can. And if this is an incentive to help them, then great. I support that. And yeah, people may have held on to land, as we've heard. But that's their business as well. That's not our business, what they do with that, and hopefully with an incentive, they might just come to the table, because now is certainly a good time, as better than it's been for a long time. And so I think, as we've heard, industry have indicated this to council that it's not working. We've heard this is an immediate need as well. So I appreciate those comments, and I am in support of this motion.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor O'Keefe?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be speaking against the officer's recommendations for the reasons that have been outlined by my colleagues. I'm happy to support point 2. I think that would allow us a bit of agility and to be a bit more targeted. But yeah, I can't support number 1.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Chapman, you've the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, and I'd like to respond to the concerns raised, and I acknowledge the points made by my fellow councillors. I think there's some confusion between infrastructure fees and development fees, particularly in relation to the incentives aimed at improving housing diversity and this motion. This issue is complex. It involves multiple developments and regional economy that needs confidence in its future. Our staff would not have brought this forward unless they had genuine concerns. And the fact is, we have been told 5 major developments have stalled. When 5 projects stall at the same time, it affects local jobs, local businesses, our housing supply, and overall confidence in the region. This impacts everyone across the industry. I also recognise that many of our ratepayers work in these trades, and I understand the pressures the construction sector is facing. But what we saw on Monday from Diane made one thing clear. Maryborough is well behind in its growth numbers, and we approach the 2032 Olympics for housing and accommodation. That is a serious warning sign. Today's discussion isn't about making things harder for anyone. It's about facing reality and ensuring Maryborough does not get left behind. As the Acting Director said, we want to give the growth industry confidence, and to do that, we need to take these concerns seriously and act responsibly when we vote today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors.
I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation. If this is voted down, we'll go to the foreshadowed motion, what Councillor Cosgrove has foreshadowed. All in favour? All opposed? That's carried 8-3. The next item is 11.5.1, the tender award for the sewer relining program, pages 403 to 417. This moved Councillor Phil Truscott. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Keefe. Any speakers or questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 11.5.2, the Grow It Local Program Proposal, pages 418 to 4025. Moved Councillor Farage, seconded Councillor Govers. Any speakers or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just really wanted to congratulate Ash and the team on this amazing idea that they've had. I think it's really fantastic for our community to be educated and informed about growing things locally and everything else that comes with that program, and I really look forward to seeing the results. This is a very budget-friendly idea that I think is going to have huge impact on our community, across the library, across the community. We've already got our seed libraries happening as well, and I just think this is really fantastic to continue to educate our community, because when people are educated, good outcomes follow. So, yeah, huge congratulations to the team, and I really look forward to seeing the outcomes from this program.
Any further speakers? Councillor Govers?
Yeah, I'm happy to endorse this program. I think it's excellent. It gives our community a chance to come together and connect socially and get involved with environmental sustainability. Gardening is a art form, in my opinion, and it's a great creative process and skill to have. While it's not necessarily in an art gallery, it does encourage expression, participation and connection, and I just think this is going to be really valuable, because it does include workshops and picnics, so it's going to bring people together and get them away from their screens a bit. Thank you.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Chapman?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to support this program. I maybe not looked as someone that's a real environmentalist, but I am in heart. I really think that I look after the environment and think about where we're heading. And one of the things here is for a program which is about $33,000 is something that supports towards our landfill. And but I also can see there's going to have a great connection within our schools, within our primary schools, and talking to them. I can see so much benefit on teaching our young people how to be more sustainable and how to grow proper compost and everything out of waste from kitchens, and keep that out of the landfill. So, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great program. I'd like to take my hat off to the staff for coming up with it, and I just hope it's very successful, and I hope the community get right behind it with composting and moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd too like to reiterate my support for this. I think it's great, considering that the Water and Waste team is working on an organic bin collection business case. I think this is going to be a great lead into that. It's going to encourage some really healthy habits out of our community, but also I think that just the getting outdoors and getting involved in growing fresh fruit and vegetables, in light of today being the first day of the under 16 screen ban or limitation of things, I think anything that gets our families off screens, outdoors, doing something nice and healthy in our wonderful weather, I think it's going to be fantastic. So, yeah, I think it's going to be great. It's exciting to see the team work towards it. It's good. And I know that Ash and the team will do a wonderful job. They always do.
Any further speakers or questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Yeah. I'll move that we adjourn for half an hour to resume at 12:30. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Have to eat the proper breakfast.
for the community and for ourselves going forward, that it will be part of budget discussion to consider.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor O'Keefe?
Just some questions. So, Councillor Truscott is proposing an amendment to that officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Just,
It's not an amendment, it is the motion. But it is the motion, but all it is acknowledging that it, as part of what the report says, is that we'll consider it as part of the discussions in the budget.
okay, so just to be clear, can I ask the Director of Water and Waste, is that a substantial deviation from the officer's recommendation?
Thank you for the question and through you, Mr. Mayor. No, so it is part of the intention to bring this back to you as a policy during the budget process.
Thank you.
Any further speakers or questions? With the motion, all in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 12.1, request for a report outlining proposed amendments to council's standing orders to allow questions on notice. This is moved. Councillor Cosgrove. Is there a seconder? Councillor Paul Truscott, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to say that this is off the back of being told prior to the November meeting, I think Councillor Paul Truscott was told as well, that we couldn't list questions on notice despite it having happened this term, according to the standing orders. So I want that fixed because I think question on notice are important. And further, to increase essentially transparency and to allow for minutes to answer those questions essentially and not have to go digging further, to allow for written responses to questions on notice to be published in the minutes of the relevant ordinary meeting. I think that will increase publicly available information. It is our job to put questions, sometimes hard questions, to the executive to get the answers to be provided to not only ourselves but the community. And didn't want to miss an opportunity to add that part in, considering the peculiar, I can never say that word, but considering the fact, that word, that for some reason questions on notice apparently weren't, as advised by the previous CEO. So just putting that in there at least. And look, we'll get a report. Maybe there's reasons why we shouldn't do written responses or it's not going to work or whatever. But regardless, I think that certainly the questions on notice, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the report says on the written responses as well.
Can I ask, just because obviously transparency is important, but also is efficiency and good use of resources. How many? So in order to get a report, you need a mover and seconder and a majority of council. What would stop somebody putting forward hundreds of questions? A single councillor. I'm asking you because we have we also have processes about efficiency and good use of resources, and there is a whole policy on the on request for information, reasonable request for information, which would have to be considered in related to this. But I'm just interested from your response. So you wouldn't need a seconder to make an officer do quite a large amount of work. What would stop somebody from putting forward hundreds of questions on notice?
Presumably nothing, Mr. Mayor, other than good taste, I suppose. And look, and I presume that the report will outline parameters around which a written response would be provided. I'd be very surprised if most questions on notice or peculiar motions that we've had to put previously are not essentially provided in writing to the directors from their EMs anyway. So I don't actually feel like this will be a big impost on time or the like, but perhaps the report will bear out that differently. There's nothing to stop any councillor asking a number of questions on any motion or putting hundreds of questions on notice if they see fit, but I would be shocked if a change to the standing orders would provide for anyone actually taking that up in terms of hundreds.
Are there any speakers or questions? Yeah, Councillor Truscott.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion because, last month was a good example where, and because we have done this previously, even in this term, as Councillor Cosgrove stated, about where it might be something that a council may feel it needs to be publicly addressed, an issue, or for the public to be made aware of something. Previously, we would have arranged the question with the director beforehand for them to be able to answer on the day. I'll give an example of last month where I had originally as a question I noticed to the director, Cooper, about the water play area at the Maryborough Town Pool. And it was in as a question on notice, but then for some reason prior to the meeting it changed and had to become a motion to ask the question at the meeting, which was then answered and effectively was the same thing but with extra steps. And so I think this is a good step to try and hopefully simplify that process.
Councillor Byrne?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting this motion because I know I've used it myself, and it's in lieu of sending our directors off to do a very time-wasting report, and that costs an essential amount of money. If we can do a question on notice and perhaps let the director know beforehand, it can just simply be a fact that they earth up some information that we can bring to light to make public and answer some particular nuances or residents' question without having to go into great depth and great expense in a report. I would personally never probably put a question on notice to the directors unless I'd address it in writing first or email them that this is what I wanted to know. I agree there's possibly some way out there you could take advantage of such a situation, but I don't think that would be the common time or the common theme.
Just through the chair, I'd just like to ask a clarifying question. Is this in relation to the normal course of business, whereas councillors and the mayor, you have a right to ask for information or advice from officers? Are you asking for those items to be listed on as a part of this motion and the responses to be included? That's what this is about?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's not, I mean, you would get maybe 10 of those a day.
Exactly, that's...
Yeah, no, I don't think he's saying that every single reasonable request, no, he's not saying that, not at all.
No,
I don't
it's
think
just
so.
about questions during the meeting.
Yes,
For matters on the agenda.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, no. I think he's, no, maybe I can summarize it. He's saying any council matter put forward before the council meeting, and that's the notice part. So a question that you have, so instead of emailing you and getting an answer, which you can do, you want to put it on the agenda, provide notice to the director, and get it there.
And perhaps the formal response in a minuted situation rather than an email or a briefing note is probably what we're looking for that's what I am looking for, is the fact that it is recognised within the formal meeting boundaries and responded to appropriately and minuted for posterity is probably it, yeah.
Councillor O'Keefe?
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand the concerns that have been expressed, and I welcome a report, so I entertain the idea, but I do have some concerns with the potential for this place to be seen as a performative space rather than a place of deliberation. So I'm just a little bit concerned about the chances of it becoming a performative space.
Any other speakers or questions? No, I'll put the motion, all in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Next item is 12.2, request for a report on options available to gather the views, aspirations and intentions of young people across the Fraser Coast, including the feasibility, methodology and resourcing requirements for council to implement an annual survey plan. This is moved, Councillor Farage?
Yep.
Is it what's on the agenda that you're moving?
Yes, Mr Mayor, with a slight procedural amendment that I have circulated to colleagues, and that's also on the screen in front of us, just by moving what you just read out down, basically.
So is there a seconder for this? Second, Councillor Govers.
So I'm happy to read it all out and then...
Oh, that's not necessary, we can see it.
Okay, that's
Do you
fine.
want to speak to it?
Yes, I will read out the reason and I will speak to it as well, if that's okay.
Can I just maybe ask a question before you start?
Sure.
Oh, no, sorry, no, you go ahead.
I've got a question when you're finished.
Sure.
Do you want to deal with questions first? That might help, actually, you might be, unless, or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. You may ask questions first.
What would be the cost of this, Mr Mayor? Or through the CEO?
The initial, to do the report, minimal.
No, the minimal of the report, but the cost to do the...
The report will decide, we'll understand.
Is there any other questions before
I guess just the wording doesn't feel right, so C uses insights into these engagement efforts. I guess you sort of change the beginning so that it is the report considers that. Any other support? Okay, go ahead.
So the motion is in front of us, and the reason is the Fraser Coast long-term social and economic vitality depends on understanding the needs, aspirations and challenges of its young people. Currently, Council has no consistent evidence-based mechanism to capture the views of young residents, particularly those outside of the school system or pursuing diverse pathways such as work, apprenticeships, university, caring responsibilities or relocation. A broadened youth insights engagement would provide contemporary localised data on what young people value, their barriers and opportunities and their intentions regarding education, employment, housing and lifestyle. 2, strengthen Council's capacity to design effective youth, workforce and livability strategies grounded in real community insights rather than assumptions. 3, inform collaboration with schools, training providers, employers, community organisations and government agencies, helping Council lead a coordinated approach to youth development and retention. 4, identify emerging trends such as skills shortages, out-migration patterns, demand for local job pathways or shifts in young people's priorities. 5, support targeted initiatives that improve youth outcomes, enhance attractiveness for young families and grow the region's future workforce. By establishing a systematic approach and listening to young people from all walks of life, Council can make more strategic, data-driven decisions that help build a thriving, inclusive and future-focused Fraser Coast. And if I may, Mr Mayor, add my commentary to that. Yep, okay, thank you. So colleagues, this has been a long time coming, and as many of you know, when we came into council, being this term that we have been in, there was really no plan for our young people on the Fraser Coast. There was no strategy, there was no future focus. We were just going with business as usual. And the problem with that is we have an ageing demographic with a median age of 51.2 approximately that will only rise in the next census. And this presents many immediate issues and also many future issues that we need to start addressing now before we fall off the cliff that is a lot of people will be retiring soon. So one of the first and foremost issues is that we will lack a workforce. We have been quite successful through the period of COVID in reducing our youth unemployment, and former Director Carline set out to reduce that in his tenure at council, and when he began it was 12%, and we did achieve a margin of 5%. I believe that has risen slightly, but we really need to be focusing on retaining youth and young families in the community because we need a workforce. And this report will look at ways in which we can do that. And one of the first things I think that is really, really important is actually listening to our young people and understanding why they are leaving, what they want to do with themselves after school, during school, the types of jobs, the types of recreation activities that they would like. We around this table have the responsibility to try and achieve those things, but we cannot achieve those things by not asking the questions first. The same way in which we did with the economic development strategy by going out and ensuring that we addressed a diverse demographic of people to really see what they needed and what they wanted for the future. This is what we need to be doing here, and it is vitally imperative that we start now and not 5 or 10 or 20 years down the track, because by then it will genuinely be too late. So I really hope that I can gauge the support of my colleagues, and obviously this is something that I'm extremely passionate about. Myself, the Mayor and other councillors have all joined me at various schools across the region to talk to students about the job of local government and other levels of government. But what we hear time and time again is that the youth don't feel listened to, and they want more things to do here. They are concerned about the future of housing. They're concerned about the future of their working lives. They don't know what the environment that they will be, running the community and being the leaders of their community will actually look like. And so we need to really sit down and understand what that is, what they would like. We have many really big decisions that are coming up for us to make, such as what the future of our old library will look like. What are we going to do with TAFE? Are we going to try and push them into the CBD? So there's a lot of things coming across our table, but we can't make those decisions being informed if we are not informed with the real facts and statistics. So, I urge you all to support this, and hopefully the report will come back with a list of things that we are able to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers or questions?
Speak to Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you. Look, I strongly support this motion. We need reliable data, not only to strengthen our knowledge, but to demonstrate that we are genuinely looking after our youth. Having data that is tangible, that will help us to continue to grow our strategies and focus on the youth in this region. Just recently, in the last week, I've been at a couple of schools, and the feedback I'm getting from these beautiful human beings is they just don't know what they're going to do here, and that their families are thinking of moving away. So it's not just the students who are moving out of the region, it's the families that go with them. And when we were at Harvey Bay High, looking at those kids and how magnificent their presentations were. They're year seven, and they were brilliant. And these kids are looking for their future now. I think overall we need a regional strategy that enables us to not guess what kids are doing, not putting our high school hat on and listening to the Bush Telegraph of what we think children are going to be doing, hearing it from children, that they want to be heard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further speakers? Councillor O'Keefe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the Deputy Mayor's and welcome initiative. We need to do everything we can to get a better understanding of what it is that our youth need from us. Any initiative that is designed to improve engagement with all of our demographics should be supported 100%. Well done.
Councillor Wheeland?
Yeah, also speaking in support of this after my speech earlier, I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I didn't. The best way to build a region that's attractive to both our youth and other youth is to listen to them. And I'm hoping that this gives a genuine avenue for their communication to reach us, directly or indirectly. Just so we can get their views, that's the most important part. I'd also like to say that I'd like to see our youth council be looked at again as well. And just the way we pick that may be different this time, or the way we get those people in the room to give us their feedback region-wide, and try and meet the challenges rather than just have people who want to do it, try and reach some new people in there. But yeah, fully supported, great initiative. Well done, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Gordon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to throw 100% support behind this. I'm a big believer in you can't be what you can't see. We've got a wonderful young councillor here promoting the youth in our community, and if we aren't listening to that, then we are remiss in our jobs. We're missing a part of our jobs. I think the school breakfasts are a wonderful initiative that is showing that we are listening and we are caring, but we need to take that a step further. We need to have this embedded in our every thought system and our every decision that we make. So if we can't listen to the people that live here, then we are doing our jobs correctly. So I'm 100% supporting this.
Any further speakers or questions? Councillor Chapman?
Mr. Mayor, I will be voting for this, and it is good to get a report to just see what costings and everything are. I really think that with the way our growth that we've got in our region and everything like that, and the way that the universities are struggling within the region here with the whole university system, is one of the reasons that a lot of these students are moving away. And I think with time to come, we'll see more and more work within our region, and hopefully we can see our universities put more courses on to keep young people within the region. It was good the other day going to the schools and listening to the grade 7 students and just to see what their ideas are. And but it's got to be looked at what is beneficial, and it's great to have this data, but it's got to be able to be used also for what we can lobby and what we can ask the governments, how we can try and push the point. So I think that collecting data is a great thing, but as long as it's being used in the right direction, that's the thing. But I will be supporting. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Truscott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to support this and asking for a report as well. I think that's a good step. I suppose, I'll be curious to see then how we deal with that data and what we can do with that, and hopefully the report can address that, and also the cost of something like this. Initially, I think when there was the proposal of specifically seeking school leaving age children, I thought that was an interesting step as well. And perhaps this could also look at it. One of the thoughts I had was in simply, and to save costs, would be asking the schools to undertake these surveys across the whole region, and then that way them provide the information to us, we collate it and can give the data out, whatever. Hopefully that can be a potential outcome, and certainly a much cheaper alternative than the ratepayers bearing the cost of a significant outreach into this. But I think there's certainly potential for it. As Councillor Byrne stated, I think the school breakfasts with the leaders has been a great initiative, and that's gone really well. And my thought is ultimately for keeping younger people here, we need a greater diversity in the education system, in the tertiary education system, in what it offers, the courses that they offer, and jobs. I think if we have an availability in those things, that will be a great step in, and sport, I should add, is the other one, in keeping younger people here. All very important aspects to it. So hopefully those things can be addressed.
Any further speakers or questions? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried. The next item is a request for a report on the opportunities to install a dog off-leash area at Oleander Park. This is moved Councillor Farage. Is there a seconder?
There's a typo, it's a dog off-leash.
No, it's fixed.
Was it fixed?
It's fixed on here.
Ah.
I saw that yourself.
Dog off-leash.
Off-leash.
Dog off-leash.
Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Barham, yep.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
I was just going to ask a question, if I may, to the Deputy Mayor about, there has also been interest from the community and through that petition that we saw about fencing a section of the children's play area at this park. Is it possible to even include consideration into this item about that, or I don't know, I haven't had a chance to.
Yeah, I can respond to that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Truscott, through the Mayor. We have dealt with that, myself and the Executive Manager for Parks and Open Spaces, separately to this as a councillor request.
Okay, all right, oh, that's good.
Question. Do we need the report? We kind of all know what a dog park is, and I think that the community will tell us, regardless of a report or not, what the way they're feeling about it.
I think we do need a report about what, if we were going to, because there could be real reasons why dog park could or couldn't be that. Yeah, okay.
I can respond to that in my reasoning for this, if you like.
Yeah, that's fine.
So earlier this year, Council announced a comprehensive revitalisation of Oleander Park, delivering significant new recreational infrastructure for the Coongan community. The redevelopment includes a modern playground. I'll skip that part because it's all in there. These upgrades have been informed by targeted community consultation, including a site visit to Coongan State School attended by myself and the Mayor, ensuring the design reflected the priorities identified by local families. For many years, residents in Coongan and the surrounding suburbs have expressed strong interest in the establishment of a dog off-leash area. While previous proposals have not progressed, the adoption of the Park Strategy 2041 now provides a clear strategic framework to assess suitable locations and guide future off-leash facilities across the region. Oleander Park has emerged as a logical candidate given its central location, recent investment and growing role as a family recreational hub. Requesting a report will enable Council to formally assess opportunities to incorporate a dog off-leash park as a second stage to the current redevelopment. So in previous years and the previous council term, David Lee was working with residents about Bohemia Drive, and in that area there is a large vacant block of land that has seen a petition come to council and many requests for that to become a dog off-leash area. However, through council staff's investigations, that has proved to not be the best outcome because there is a lack of car parking. Just the way that the road is designed and engineered, it's very curved, and it just wasn't in a strategic location that, now that we have the park strategy, we can actually look at strategic locations and how the strategy should inform our works going forward. So, I think this will be really good. This will activate the heart of Kawungan. It's close to the school, to local kindergartens and daycares, and there is a huge emerging community out there that would really benefit from this. And I think whilst stage one, we'll call it, of Oleander Park revitalisation is occurring, it would be a fantastic opportunity to complete it all through the budget process, and I really hope to see that all commencing. Stage one of Oleander Park will be commencing in this financial year, I believe, and that's going to be a huge win for the residents because as I was door knocking and speaking to people through the campaign, they really wanted to see that park become something special. And I truly believe that with the combination of a new play area, the footpath that will be surrounding the playground in amongst the trees where children can learn to ride their bikes, and then hopefully with the future of having this dog off leash area, that it will become a recreational hub for many people in our community to enjoy. Thank you.
Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I support requests from other councillors for reports on particular things, I do have many reservations about dog parks. They can be very problematic. I think I have every confidence though that if the executive manager of Open Spaces was able to put together a report, maybe the problems and unintended consequences could be sorted out. But I do have some reservations on this one, but I will support the request for an officer's report. I think it's timely, being that it's just been upgraded, and it'll give the Executive Manager of Open Spaces an opportunity to talk to the park strategy and outline some of the benefits and disbenefits, if you like, of dog parks.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Yeah, Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a couple of questions, which I'm not 100% sure who I will refer them to, potentially acting Director McLennan for the first one. In terms of this request for a report, can I just ask if this would be particularly efficient compared to asking for a holistic look at what our level of service is with dog parks and where they're currently located across the region. Because I say that noting that I'd like to have areas within my div looked at for dog parks, but I don't kind of want to see us peppering officers with dog park here, dog park there. Would it be more efficient for us to move something that looked holistically at dog parks with this one site considered? I don't know, can you provide comment on that?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cosgrove. I'm not sure. Through the chair.
Yeah.
Ultimately, yes, it may be more efficient to have an overall approach to dog off-leash parks throughout the region. However, that would take a longer period of time and a greater resource effort to do that. To do a report as has been requested would be short and sharp for these purposes. So I think if there is the will of council to get that bigger piece, that's a different conversation to be had.
Thank you. So another question, the park strategy is mentioned in here. Do we know specifically what the park strategy says, because apologies I don't, about dog parks and what our current level of service is, or does it mention dog parks? As far as I'm aware.
I'd have to get back to you with further information on that.
Question on those.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you. Also for Acting Director McClellan, you're in the hot seat. What, according to the park strategy, what type of park is Oleander Park now? Is it a district park, local park, recreational park?
Could you clarify that question for me?
Well, according to the park hierarchy, what is Oleander Park now? Where does it sit in that hierarchy?
Is it a district park,
I'm
neighbourhood?
not sure.
Not
I'm not sure if it's
Is it a
local
local
or
park?
district.
Okay.
So I'll have to come back with some
It's
further
not a district park, yeah, I know that.
It would be a district.
Yeah, because that's probably kind of what Councillor Cosgrove was getting at, is that a normal amount of embellishment for that park? But obviously we don't know that because we don't have that body of work done.
That would be correct.
That'd be correct.
I will say that has been placed in the budget. So if there's an inclusion that's supported, that will change the value of the capital budget, which will come up for a council decision when that's put forward.
We obviously have a bit more work to do on that area, so yeah, that's okay.
Through the chair, if I can just add to that, part of the report would consider that.
Yeah.
As to whether
I was just
there's
going to say.
embellishment of that particular.
Yeah,
park.
that's kind of the information I suppose we're after, so if that's going to come through in the report, I'm comfortable with that, yeah.
Councillor Govers?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the chair, I'm just questioning, I'm just looking at the map of it. So when we get the report, will it have the location where they want it, where it is most feasible to be, car parks? Is that going to be included, or is the 3 roads we've got going to be, is that going to be, because if your car parks are a whole different thing to a dog park, isn't it?
Through the chair though, in terms of provision of a dog off-leash park, there's known quantum or items associated with that provision, so yes, that will be included in that report, including car parking.
So I don't think you'd want car parking there. You wouldn't want to lose any of the park. It's not a big park. You wouldn't want to lose any of its car parking.
It's just history of Augustus.
Oh yeah, they wanted to.
They want it, so some people want it, not everybody wants it.
Just a few points of clarification, only because I've spent considerable time discussing this with the executive manager. I might be wrong, but I do believe that it's a local park and therefore within the strategy car parking is not considered. I also believe that this dog off leash area, there has been a report also, not only for Bohemia but also for it to be at Oleander previously, and I think it was just pulled out of the budget, but I do believe that it already is has been put in the forward 10-year capital plan, but I'm not sure for 100%, but from the conversations that I have had with the executive manager, all of that will be included in the report. I do believe that the point of, I think it's a local park, is that it's a place where people can bike to or walk to, and that the on-street parking would be sufficient to service that neighbourhood.
Just a question in response to that. So if we endorse this today, we get the report, but should we wait for that report to decide whether we list it for budget consideration? Because that should either support it or show reasons why maybe we could look to another space to list, I suppose.
That would normally be the case, that you'd receive the report and one of the options could be the listed. I mean, because
Certainly happy for the report.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's happening.
Just one happens before 2.
yeah, so it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just when one happens, when we receive it, we would normally say we list this for budget consideration. If we decided not to, we would have to almost rescind this motion, where we're saying we're going to. Like if we get to that stage where we receive it and we say, well, actually, no, we know that it's totally unsuitable for this reason, this reason, this reason, but we're still going to consider it because we've passed this motion back in December. But it's unusual to front load it like this.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit.
Yeah,
Let's
that's what,
get
yeah, exactly.
First, yeah, let's get
Well, that's what I'm saying, that's exactly what I'm saying, we are, by saying we're gonna take it to budget before we get.
Can I respond? This was written in correlation with my conversation with the executive manager, with his assistant, so that was his recommendation as an officer, but if we want to change that, then that's fine.
It doesn't make any material effect, it's just, functionally, really, that decision about whether we, I mean, the point of getting a report is that we make an informed decision.
Mm-hmm.
If we're making the decision now before we even get the report, and
Okay, well, we can remove point 2 if everyone wants.
you might as well keep it in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, any further speakers or questions? I'll put the motion, all in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. General business, is there any general business? Late items, item 16.1.1, the organisational performance report, pages 453 to 469. Is there a mover that we receive a note? Councillor Govers, seconded. Councillor Byrne. Any speakers or questions? Councillor Govers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through the chair. The asset sustainability ratio on page 460 of the supplementary says that it's tracking lower than expected, which suggests that we're not renewing our infrastructure at the pace that we have planned. Could I get an explanation on why it's driving at a lower ratio? Is it because of increased cost growth projects, human resources?
A couple of big tenders next month.
Yeah,
Who's best at Sydney, maybe?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, I think it is based on the fact that we're not renewing we're not keeping our renewable assets up, and we're spending more money on new products, new assets.
Okay. Right, thank you.
I mean, the explanation says less than budgeted. On the document, it says that we're spending less than is budgeted. Won't that just be a matter of the timing?
It could be, yes.
I believe that is the case.
Yeah, so like we could have a lot of tenders in May and June of this year.
That's my understanding of where the position is at this point in time. It's tracking at a point in time rather than a trend.
Any further speakers or questions on this item? Can I just get some further clarity on the safety one, lost time injuries, on pages 461? Can you help me just, it looks like we're doing very poorly this year for lost time injury frequency. So if I'm correct, compared to Group E councils, which must be like Rockhampton, Redlands, other ones. So page 460, no, not that one. No.
461?
Oh, sorry, 461, sorry, yeah. Thanks, Sarah. 461. The lost time injuries, it's further down. Yeah, so in terms of comparable councils, they're between 5 and 10. And we started the year over 25 in terms of frequencies of lost time. Can you actually explain what LTIF are? I thought it was lost time incident frequency, but the actual is less.
I'm going to have to take that on
Yeah,
notice.
I guess I'm kind of interested. I can see the actuals, but the actual, what I thought the LTIFR, which I thought was frequency, were way above comparable councils. If I'm reading it right.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So yeah, I just think that deserves a little bit more sort of examination by the council to see if there is a safety issue. Yeah, Councillor Wheeland?
Just a quick one. Is there a reason why the organisational performance report is always
it's always late?
Always late. Just that we had to take a question on notice if we had it.
Yeah, I would have raised this last week.
That's right.
I would have raised it at the agenda for
I
it.
understand.
Just consistently,
Yeah, it's always late.
I know it's for a month, but it is the month before, so is there
Through the chair, I believe it's due to month-end closure time. So I'll ask
Yeah,
city
so it's due to the month-end closure, exactly as the CEO said, and we made all those reports. So it takes a couple of weeks to finalise all the end results for the month.
is it a massive workload to put this together?
Yes, it is.
Would be.
Yes.
significant workload.
Kind of efficiency.
You think AI could do it all?
It is a Lisa requirement that we produce a monthly financial report.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Because we don't, I don't know when we got this. I mean, I got it when I got back to, yeah. So I think there would be more questions. This is one of the most important documents we get. And there's really no way around it. If we always have our council meeting on the third Wednesday or whatever, we're always gonna get it on the Monday.
I believe that is the current
Yeah.
case, yes. So I'm happy to take a consideration for how we can improve that.
Councillor O'Keefe?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just on that question in relation to lost time injuries, could we please get some information also on how that higher number corresponds to the March 9th flood event, and if that had any effect, if there is a seasonal if there was a seasonal impact on those lost time injuries?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 16.1.2, the tender award for Walker Street, Maryborough Road reconstruction. Councillor Truscott, you're moving this?
Yep.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Byrne. Any speakers or questions?
Yeah, I suppose just.
Remember, if we need to discuss any of the,
No.
so the confidential tendering, we can move into closed?
No, just that, it's been a big part of the process of the Walker Street reconstruction, having done multiple sections previously, and grateful for that. I just know that I suppose to, in advance, express my care and support for the residents and the businesses particularly that will more than likely struggle during this time. And I know that others have done it before and had faced difficulties. And but what I can say is, in speaking to one in particular, they are trying to get ahead of it in trying to find different methods to reach customers and stuff, which I think is really great of them to take this initiative, because it will be a challenging step knowing that the road's going to be inoperable basically for such an extended period of time. And so, I've been grateful in the previous reconstruction sections where when businesses have raised concerns during that time in contacting the infrastructure department, they have been very helpful in trying to address any concerns that are brought up by the public in trying to still get access and that sort of thing to the businesses to make sure they can. So I'm grateful for that and look forward to it being done.
Any further speakers or questions? Put the motion, all in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 16.1.3, request for easement, disposal of land in Edward Street, 486 to 489. Is there a mover for this? Councillor Byrne, second Councillor Truscott. Any speakers or questions? I just had one question. It says there's no financial impact. I assume that's because I think it's RHL doing it. They'll launch the paperwork and documents. But does it impact, the land is freehold, the council owns it. Does putting this easement over it, even though it's just backed up against the wall, does that impact the value of the freehold land that we hold? Or in terms of value, the usability?
I can answer that, Councillor. Ultimately, whenever there's a burden placed upon the property, which an easement is, it has the potential to change its value.
And so is that not something that should be in the financial and resource implications of the report?
I can't answer that question. But I will say that whenever we do an acquisition of land for easements, we go through a valuation process to
compensate
to
them.
compensate.
Yeah. And this land, we just own it as a result of, maybe somebody didn't pay their rates or something? What, do you know how we came to own this freehold land, this house block?
I don't know.
I think we, through the chair, I think Melbourne City Council has owned that land for quite some time.
Yes, and it's developable?
Yes, if you remember on the land audit, there's a couple of blocks there.
Is that on it? Is that house block that?
The regional housing block, if I remember correctly, was council's, and we gave it to them as part of the social housing component.
Yeah, and then we don't own the other blocks though? There's 4 other blocks right there.
Yes, we do. We own quite a few of those. Yes.
Are we looking at disposing of them?
It's one of the options we're looking at, yes.
Councillor Byrne?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Devendra always says, I'm not an engineer, but everybody thinks they are at the time. Why did they propose that they need a easement to that lot when there's a clear entrance off of Diana Street anyway? What's the point of the easement in their bigger process, I suppose?
I can answer that,
Yeah.
councillor. It's the topography of the land and the infrastructure they have to connect to. So they aren't able to get it to work to drain to, is it Diana Street?
Yeah.
So the infrastructure is sitting in Edward Street and Jupiter Street they're trying to connect to.
So would that impact on the ability for somebody to say, if we sold that land freehold, would it impact the ability for somebody else to build on that lot 4070 or not?
I believe it would,
It would.
because it'd be a burden placed on the property. The easement would be in favour of the beneficiary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to further add to that, depending on the size of that lot,
Yeah.
will determine on the location that you would be able to build
Yeah,
something.
it
So
makes-
yes, it would impact, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't build on it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if you transfer 2 blocks over, they wouldn't be able to build what they built on number 77.
No, that's correct,
No.
yeah. Yeah, rightio. Fair enough.
I guess it would just be good for us to have that information in clear black and white that you could still use this block of land.
Yes, and I understand through the process that this request went through all the executive for a decision being put forward. I believe there would have been every comment from executive managers on their opinion. I certainly gave my comment on it, that there would have to be a maintenance agreement with who owns the easement or manages the easement to look after it. It certainly would be ours to maintain.
Having an easement doesn't halt or stop any ability to develop the land. It's just about the nature in which the development that would be allowed available on that land.
Where you can put a shed.
Yeah. Or a house, a small house, or whatever it is that. Certainly
Councillor Chapman?
Do we own the, sort of question, do we own the block next door between the house and the easement?
I can't confirm it, but I believe we do, yes.
Why wouldn't the easement, if we shifted it, why wouldn't it be put beside the house? Right along beside the house, and then that leaves that 3 3/4 blocks free for someone to come in and look at building over the whole lot. Instead of having 1 block and then splitting it up to 2 3/4.
I believe that's a question for the designers, councillor, and not knowing the full integrity of the design.
No, I'm just
There would
saying.
have been someone who'd modelled this to understand the best way to get it to work for the site and at least impact.
Does it have to be decided today?
I'm not sure if there's any urgency to this.
I don't believe so.
I believe there is. I think they're ready, or they're constructing, and they're wanting to connect up into use the easement. And as part of the development application, they can't actually do that until there's an easement.
I had a question of the CEO. I was just looking at where that easement is if it could be put on the neighbouring block right beside the house, it's frees up that whole area that someone could buy it and build units over those whole blocks if we're looking at potential of selling them. But if you split it with an easement, drainage easement down through the middle, it could interfere with the design.
It's actually a mandatory component of one of our development applications for this easement to occur.
In our location? Yes. I suspect there's engineering design requirements as to why we've stipulated that location, if that's the case.
Councillor Byrne?
Once again, not an engineer. What's the difference in it being the other side of the red line? Seriously, because that is quite a disadvantageous location to 3 perfect blocks if it can't be the other side of the red line. Yeah.
I would anticipate that all of this has been taken into account in the discussion about this particular item. I don't have that information at my disposal right now. If you wanted to, you could postpone this particular item and allow us to go and get that information. We would then have to do a special motion or a special meeting to bring it back. So,
I don't think we have enough information. I'm not satisfied with that. I haven't really been satisfied with the answers.
Question for Sydney, if that's okay. Did you say it was time sensitive? Yes. From what I'm aware, yes. Yeah. Okay. And so, surely this has gone through appropriate checks and balances to get to this point. If it's time sensitive, we risk affecting a development that could.
That's correct. Yes. Yes, it's gone through landholder approval. I think it might have gone through LT.
I get that you're saying that, but we can't even get clarification right now that we own the neighbouring block.
I understand that. I just wanted to point out that it's time sensitive.
Come back to it.
We can
Do
pause
you
today.
think we could get,
check.
could we get a list of questions that anybody has that we could come back within half an hour with it?
Through the chair, I can get Jamie to have a look at this for us. Someone can just share a couple of questions with me.
It's currently managed through development.
I'll get him to come in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe Jamie could just come. Maybe, yeah, if you got the officer who's actually on hand carriage of this.
I believe that properties has also been a part of this, Councillor.
Yeah, Councillor Byrne?
Through the chair, I'm kind of with you. I don't want to see the development held up, but I agree with Councillor Chapman on this. That's 3 blocks of land that would be disadvantaged when there's a vacant block right beside it that could literally move 10, 15 feet the other way. And I understand there's probably an engineering solution to it, but it just seems a little shoot yourself in the foot, I just think we should probably have that little bit of information.
We'll get Jamie to come in and
Yeah, thank you.
CEO, can I just put a point here? We own the block beside the house. That is all level land through there. And to me, that is actually the block that we own is beside the house is lot 4 on RP 4070. And we actually own the block beside it, that's where the easement is.
Were we on that one?
All the zeros.
I don't disagree with what you're all saying in this instance. What I don't understand though is the design requirements that have predicated this particular line item, the easement in the location where it is. Hence why we need to talk to Jamie. So.
Yeah.
Jamie isn't here. We can, if you want to, until.
Yeah, it's very easy to talk about as a special meeting by our teams, do a single item.
And we'll do it quickly,
Yeah.
given the nature of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
decision.
It's interesting that so much vacant land is there in this area.
It's actually a really nice area. Back
Yeah,
to
it is.
Bunbury State School and it's within walking distance to Aldridge High School. It's a great little area.
Yeah, it's a very good location.
It's a little bit floodish there. The water does come over Edward Street there.
Jamie's here, but everyone's off the grid.
Okay, Jamie, there will be a few questions. Basically, we're interested in that we own all that land and why the easement is there particularly, and if other options for where the easement could have gone? Like, so for example, on the one further up, where there's an existing house, where the new people might not want to build right up to the fence anyway, why the easement couldn't go there, where there naturally would want to have some separation from the fence line?
Okay, I'll do my best, Mr Mayor. Through the chair, obviously, councillor aware, lot 9 is a lot that we entered into agreement to sell it to the community housing group. As part of that particular development, these blocks of land have been held by council for a long period of time. One of the things that's held back their sale or movement is the lack of infrastructure servicing them. So it goes back to the old Maryborough days, being sort of on the list. There's blocks in the corner that have limitations because of sewer. So there's other infrastructure in the area that's not shown here that doesn't allow for other solutions.
Okay.
The engineers or the civil engineers for Lot 9 and the housing development looked at a multitude of solutions to actually dispose of the stormwater. This easement was, in the end, the ultimate, the best solution, given that Lot 9 drains to that corner. Alternative to filling it up and trying to get it out to the street where it then had nowhere to go because there is no stormwater infrastructure in Diana Street on that side of the road. So this is at a grade, it's at a level.
It'd be good if we had a topography map.
Yeah,
so we could
because the
see
contours,
all.
yeah, because that's basically the lowest point of the block where it goes, and the depth of it is such that you can't, the alternatives don't allow you to go deep enough through the other lots because it needs an outlet and it needs to drain. So this is the best solution that we came up with. I think there is a compensation element that goes with this based on evaluation. Yeah. So
the financials.
Yeah. So there was a full analysis completed, looked at the values of the lots, what the cost of the encumbrance of the easement was, because we put that on the developer as part of the process. But it's just one of those scenarios. This is the best outcome.
So Regional Housing Limited have compensated us?
They're supposed to, based on the value of...
We didn't waive that for them?
I don't know if they've asked to or not. I just know that, Mr Mayor, that there was a valuation completed to look at what the actual burden would be on another lot that council owns, which is a freehold lot. It's just part of the whole process of...
Yeah, I was surprised because that's not in the report.
No. Sydney, answer that one. All I know is that through my involvement was with the development engineers, we had consultation with infrastructure services based on meeting the conditions of the approval, and the approval requires they have a lawful discharge point for units. Coefficients of runoffs increased to 80% for the purposes of units on low density residential land. The land slopes of that corner, they had to find a solution to get it off without having to fill it, retain it, and then deal with it outside and actually get it around the corner. So it was the best outcome, and we did it in a way which it would still, whilst they have an easement there, there's stormwater infrastructure, it's not going to interfere dramatically with the provision of the house or being able to use it for residential purposes, but certainly would encumber the land. But as I said, there was a valuation completed to try and understand what the reduction in value of the land would be as a result of the easement being put in place.
My question was, why can't it be the other side of the lot boundary?
Over that side?
Yeah, the other side of the red line.
Well, we'd end up with an easement and a piece of infrastructure that takes a corner. The other part that goes with this is because it's a community housing group, it's sort of getting the stormwater in a straight line, reducing the amount of infrastructure. Then we've got an easement across the back and then down the other side of the lot.
So, Jamie, I thought you're more saying that this block, because that's where the low point is.
Yeah.
That's the real reason.
Yeah. So, but you could look at alternatives, Mr Mayor. Yeah. You could have run it along the back, but why would you have an easement across the back and down the side when you can run it just down one side? No. So actually reducing the burden.
Exactly where it is, just 15 feet over sort of thing.
Oh, the other side.
Yeah, so on the lot between the house and where it's marked, just simply the other side of the red line.
Yeah. Well, what about it
So
beside
that
the house?
so that you had three,
It's gonna be too high, Dennis.
so you had three solid
It's
blocks
all
there
that.
in its own that we could on-sell for stuff.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, the corner block, I don't believe you can use.
Just want to, I've got the mapping up to help Jamie. There's all those properties, quite a lot of them are already constrained with infrastructure across them.
Yeah.
So if we sold those lots as a parcel, they've got to deal with a lot of infrastructure already through them. This is probably, and if I could share the screen, I could show you.
I guess my question just comes is, like I say, back to that, some of these reports, we only get them at the last minute anyway, and it doesn't give us an opportunity to, to ask some of these questions.
This would have been a really good one, agenda form last week, yeah.
How do I cut this page and send it?
It is a normal process for, or a preferred solution for an easement is to run along the property boundary. When you look at your setbacks and your requirements for siting a dwelling or alternative, has less impact on the overall utility of the property. So we'd always run it down the side. It possibly could have gone along others. There's one there with trees on, I believe, when you look at the aerial, that would have removed all of those from that particular block. In the end, it was deemed to be the preferred solution that actually works without overly burdening the housing development with the amount of linear infrastructure they need to put in place. Because I think there's stormwater actually that they can connect into down there in, what's the name of that street? Edward Street, yes. So there is stormwater infrastructure in Edward Street, but there's not in Diana Street.
Mr Mayor, looking at this map where the infrastructure flows, the block beside we own 4 blocks along there. And we're actually putting it between the 4th block and the 3rd block. Now, the block beside the house is lot number, property description, is lot number 4 on the site. What I'm saying, I'd like to make the motion that we prefer to put the easement on lot 4 beside the house, so it frees up the rest of those 3 3/4 blocks there's no infrastructure across them, that if someone wanted to come, like another housing group, wanted to come and build another set of units in this area, because there's already been some around the corner in this area, to try and keep it as a parcel with a bigger footprint.
I think there are other infrastructure in across the corner of lots, what would be, 2 and 1 and 2?
There is across the corner, but that could be the car parking areas for a set of units. But what I'm saying, once we put a stormwater pipe across there, we lose that facility that we can actually use that block of land. And so what I'm saying is, if we can push the easement closer to the house, that opens. I've just got the stormwater up here now, and it does cut across the corner block and a little bit of the second block. But when you go 6 metres in off the footpath, it'd probably clear that front area.
So I suspect what's happened in this instance is that the designers, the engineers have considered all of the services and all of the implications. They've tried to go for the least cost option for Regional Housing Limited, rather than to benefit us. Or
I understand that as they'll go for the least cost for themselves, but it leaves us in a predicament that we've got a block of land that we get least cost for if we ever want to do a return or what we want to build on it. So I would prefer to see if that easement could be pushed closer to the house to help free up that. And sometimes these things are overlooked and they said, okay, well, that's where the stormwater is, we'll run it across there. But future planning, I'd prefer to look at it, and if it's not possible, leave it where it is, but if it is possible, let's try and do the best for the planet.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, as I pointed out, the land does slope down to what is the south eastern corner of the land, the Diana Street one. If we moved it, would mean that they would need to alter the profiles within the site. So that lower corner was lifted to get any of that runoff back to that, to create a new low point in the block and retaining around the outside. The solution that's been put up here is the one that doesn't require a change to their proposal and the finished levels of their development to create a new low point, one block to the west. So that, I believe that is one of the reasons.
Isn't it a stormwater pipe, which is the contours of the land, is the contours of the land pick up the water and then the stormwater pipe carries the water underground?
It's the overlay, sorry, because they're unit development, they've got a lot of hard stand pathways, roadways. It's the surface runoff. It's not the roof runoff, because it'll have the heat built up.
It's the hard surface, yeah.
But it's the surface areas, so to get the surface areas working effectively, they'll have to fill that back corner and run it back.
No, I'm saying collect it in the back corner and pipe it back and take it down the easement.
It may be the infrastructure that it's receiving it is too shallow for that to occur. I'm not a designer, I am an engineer.
I'm asking the
suggest
question.
that they've done that analysis already.
I'm asking the question, it might be cheaper for the developers to do this, but it leaves us with a block of land, the one not beside it is a little narrow block, and this is a great area for looking at low-cost housing. And when we're looking at housing diversity, they're the things that we should be trying to encourage and keep into our community. And I would like to, if it costs a little bit more to run a pipe back another 10 metres or 15 metres back to an easement, still collect it where they're collecting it, drop it into a pipe and then take it out to that area. I would like to move a motion to alter the motion to say that I prefer the easement to be on lot such and such as lot 4. If it's impossible, take it back to where it is, but...
Well, it won't be impossible, I mean, it can't be that.
It'll be cost prohibitive.
Through the chair, it's like, engineering's nothing impossible, they can put a pit, put a pump, to a multitude. The scenario that I believe we're in though is that if they made an application, we conditioned to find a solution. They looked at a multiple of solutions under that approval. They presented, designed, their hydraulic engineers have designed, presented to council. The easement proposal has been looked at by engineers both in my area as well as infrastructure services. And before we agreed or even looked at what the tenure solution is, and it's at a point where I believe that it's all designed and all ready to go. If we were to look at other solutions, Mr Mayor, then we would be going back and they would have to either regurgitate the information they've already come through with us before. It's probably a simple task. But if we were to pursue it, then they may have to change it.
Councillor Govers?
Through the chair, may I ask why it's time sensitive?
I believe they're ready to build.
Funding, yeah.
So they've got their funding, they're ready to go. How soon will they go if we approve it?
I'm not aware of that, but I think they're fairly ready to go.
Councillor O'Keefe?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the basis of the answers provided by the staff, I would like the matter to be put.
No, you can move the motion. Nobody's moved or seconded it, so we can't do that. If you want to move it. There's no mover, no seconder, it can't be put. So you're moving it? Councillor Fraser, you're seconding it? Do you wish to speak to this, Councillor O'Keefe? Is there a speaker against?
Mr Mayor, I'd actually like a question to the CEO.
Yeah.
The question to the CEO is, what powers have you got to investigate into this? You know where we're coming from with what we've actually spoke about. To look into this and see where the development is at what stage, and to see if there's a possibility that it can be changed.
I can do that, absolutely, but
Yeah.
I can't do it if this motion is passed.
No, that's what I'd like. I'd like to make an amendment that the CEO, we give the powers to the CEO to make the decision on this easement on the location.
I don't think you would need a lot of wording to work that right. I still don't think it would be a good workable motion. I mean, how would you even word that? Because at the moment,
Shadow?
or at the moment pursuant, we're disposing of an asset, not being given an easement away, and two, we're delegating authority for her to negotiate and execute that action.
What the reasoning is I want to look at the community owns this land. And I want to see the best for the community in the result that we get. Yeah.
Still consider a different easement? Okay, what do you want to? No, because we're actually dealing, he wants to change the motion.
It'd be a change to the motion, which these two would have to agree to.
Sorry, Jamie?
Sorry, Mr Mayor. John, do you want to? We're just open up, so this has an operational works approval and a whole detailed design. The design that they have with the units has units running all the way along that property boundary. So they've pushed all the stormwater to what is the eastern boundary, brought it around to that point, and then dropped it down. So it has a material change of use and it has an operational works that approves the infrastructure that's proposed, but obviously it's subject to getting the necessary tenure, which is this process.
Jamie, the question I've still got there, if you're saying that is the units right along that boundary, there's a 1.5 metre easement of its double stories, there's 2 metres between the fence line and the buildings to run this pipe back and take it down. So it's not impossible. If we didn't own that block of land, I'd say we can't do anything. But we own that block of land, so why, as Councillor Burns pointed out earlier, why put a pipe through and put it to the edge of what we own, so it leaves the opportunity for housing diversity?
Well, I guess I'd say to that, Councillor, we've never discussed having units there before either. I'm not, as I was asking before, what are our plans with all these blocks? Seem to have.
I think they were identified in the land order, the possibility that we could sell them, that they were ideal for that. And I guess
it's just interesting, we did that a decade ago, we did a land audit,
to the discussion, I suppose, I sort of feel that if it was just basically, like I said, just flipped over, like on the other side of the red line, of the boundary line, there is an area there that could be a little bit of a park area or a green area that we never sell or anything. We've still got 3 full blocks to sell off or to redevelop into housing or something. I don't know. Like I said, not an engineer, happy to wait and listen.
Councillor Wheeland?
Yeah, we just had a massive discussion on the need for housing to be delivered as soon as possible, and there's a design ready, they've got the funding, they're ready to build. I think, and this has come from engineers, not from somebody just saying, hey, this would be a great place to put a drain. Here's an opportunity to get some low-cost housing provided what people build right now. I don't think we should delay it.
Councillor Chapman?
Mr Mayor, John, you go first.
Thank you. I've just reviewed the construction documentation that has been approved through an operational works application. It shows an on-site detention system to throttle back the flow. It shows a 300 diameter pipe running down the property, and it relies on an overland flow path for larger flows. And that's why I believe it's placed where it is, because it moves it to the lowest point of the lot to be able to achieve the overland flow. So I think it's constrained to make this development work, to fit in with the surrounding infrastructure, and that's why they've chosen this location.
The CEO did say something before to the Mayor. What was that?
Yeah, it's about kind of changing the motion. I just think we don't have enough information. Councillor Wheeland had his hand up a while ago.
No,
You spoke.
Councillor Cosgrove?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just try to clarify the 2 potential ways forward here? Either council is satisfied that the design is appropriate today, now, and we approve it, or we need to defer the matter and potentially have a special meeting, presumably with a lot of us on Teams, or maybe the January meeting soon enough. Do we have the concrete answer on the urgency of this?
No, we don't.
We don't even have a concrete answer on that.
Yeah, I can provide that. My response is contractors are ready to hook up the drainage now. They're already on site with the development works.
So yeah, just to drill down on that, we can either defer it and have a special meeting probably this week, or it requires 2 days' notice, right? Is there any way to waive that?
No. Oh, yes, but if it's extraordinary, this would not be,
But if we provided notice, then yourself or 3 councillors this afternoon, we could have a meeting on Friday.
Yeah.
At the Christmas party.
well, I mean, technically, we can adjourn this meeting. We could just adjourn this meeting. We could move a motion, I believe, to adjourn and reconvene
At a later
tomorrow.
date today or
Yeah,
tomorrow.
we could technically just adjourn the meeting.
Yes.
Well, Daniel, the point is that I don't think there is all the information I need to make a full decision. I don't know if you've got all the information you need. I get the impression from Councillor Chapman that he doesn't. So, for example, nobody in this room, maybe it has the information about the compensation we've received for so detrimentally affecting package of blocks. So you would have to make a decision without knowing that. Councillor Chapman's got views about how this is not the best use of a large collection of house blocks, which isn't something we have a lot of.
Can I move that it be deferred until Friday, until a special meeting on Friday, or something along those lines decided?
Yes, you can, but you can just defer a decision until a particular date, rather than a special meeting.
We just adjourn the meeting.
Adjourn this meeting
Adjourn this meeting.
until tomorrow morning.
Well, there's still one more item,
Or
but
this
yeah.
afternoon, which gives us time to interrogate and get the information we need. I'm assuming, John, that we have the engineer that's been involved in this on staff
Well,
now.
they're sitting with the development assessment team, so they would be able to provide advice on
Mike?
expecting.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor, if they're on site constructing, ready to do this, to change it, could be quite substantial.
Yeah, but,
If they're operating in accordance with approvals. And what I mean by that is that they built it. If they've constructed on site, and they're ready to hook the stormwater up, I'm not personally aware of where they're up to with the building construction, but if they've got the buildings and looking at the overland flow paths, and we move it around, which is, by the looks of the plans, the open space across the back of 3 or 4 units will be compromised with an overland flow path. We're probably into points there where I've got concerns and conflicts with the approvals if we do change it.
can anyone other than the council dispose of an interest in land without inviting tenders though? So it's our decision.
Yeah, absolutely, that's part of.
So this is the first time we've considered it.
Yeah.
Councillor Byrne?
My question is basically to the officers. When we're looking at these designs, do we consider the fact that those blocks are going to be grossly effective for us financially? Like I said, I understand that everyone wants to jump ahead and get the housing done. Oh, Lord, I want to see this stuff get off the ground, don't get me wrong. But it's disadvantageous to us as an organisation. I understand that the regional housing want to get moving, and I totally understand that, but this is advantageous to them because it's cheaper, while it's disadvantageous to us. And I do struggle with that because, like, we're the ones constantly as a local government that are picking up the bills for the state government's decision, and this is just another one off them. It's the way I look at it.
Can I just add to that, so before you answer? I can't confirm that it's disadvantageous to us. I'm assuming that it is advantageous to them. Without the engineering assessment and being able to understand the decision that we've made, I can't say that it is actually disadvantageous to us.
Fair point.
Yeah. Also, through Mr Mayor, if we could just add to that, probably over the last 20 or 30 years, we've looked at these lots several times, and previous Maryborough City Council. The reason they haven't been developed is they do require infrastructure, particularly the ones down, there's ones without curb and channel. They don't have inter-allotment drainage. Council gave this group the land through a process, as is, where is, and accepting that they would have to find solutions to the infrastructure. And if this was a new development, there would be inter-allotment drainage incorporated into it along the back of the properties and incorporated into the network. So they're sitting there and we have them, and they haven't been disposed of in the past because they're clear residential serviceable land, but the investment in the land to bring it up to standard has probably never been a viable option when we looked at it in the past, based on cost and value. So they were sold as is, or not really sold, I don't think we actually sold it to them, but as in where is, and they had to find solutions to the infrastructure. And one of those is they can't burden any of the existing land, because council sold, the house on the corner was originally sold off as a lot, council owned all of that land and freehold across there. So we've got a scenario here where they've identified and designed a solution to get their unit and development outcome and work.
It doesn't sound better to me, that sounds worse. They got the land for free and now they want some more land for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, yeah,
True, but you can have a look at whether or not it was, I know we required evaluations. There was an actual valuation, because whilst they got the land for free, they, I can't confirm they got the easement for free or whether we've been compensated for the burden of an easement. If this was an individual developer that have the same conditions, they would have approached the landowner to try and acquire an easement solution. That would have resulted in them having to pay compensation. A registered valuer can value for the purposes of an easement based on the encumbrance and the reduction in utility of a block, because it's still part of an area that they can use, but they can't build over it or put sort of substantial infrastructure over it. I just can't confirm what the outcome of the valuation and the burden of the easement was, how that was concluded.
so back to the chair, how do we move forward from this?
Well, we've got a mover and a seconder. We're dealing with the matter. Unless somebody lies it on the table, somebody moves it, we move to the next item.
I'm happy to do that.
You're moving a procedure motion?
Yep.
What are you moving?
To lie the matter on the table.
Okay.
Which means what?
You don't need a second.
It doesn't need a seconder, it's not that need a seconder.
So when would it be addressed if it lies on the table?
Well, it can only, actually, sorry. It can only be moved where the chairperson or council requires additional information. Actually, no, that is the case.
Because you could lie on the table,
Yeah.
because then if we adjourn the meeting to pick it back up on
Yeah.
Friday or whenever.
It needs, such a motion needs to specify the additional information required on the matter, where such a procedural motion, well, I think Michael was thinking that would just be, so when the meeting proceeds to the next item.
You can move it to proceed to the next item to get rid of all the rest of the items. You can then come back to this one and let it lie on the table until
Adjourn the meeting.
a point in time,
Hmm.
and then adjourn the meeting.
And the motion would be that we reconvene like tomorrow. at the same
Yes,
time.
yeah.
So can I just get clarity on the procedural motion being moved then?
Yep, I'm happy to move that to go to the next item for now and deal with that, and then to come back to this item and lay it on the table until we can reconvene the meeting at a later time.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, just have a look at this. It frees up 828 square metres.
Yeah, we'll talk about the substance of it soon. So the procedural motion is that we proceed to the next item. Are there any speakers or questions on that? I'll put the procedural motion all in favour. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. The next item is item 15.1, which is the exemption under section 235B of the local government regulation for the provision of an employee assistance program, pages 439 to 446. Moved Councillor Cosgrove, seconded Councillor Govers. Any speakers or questions? Yeah, we didn't need to move into confidential though. The motion, all in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We still have one item of business. That is item 16.1.2, the Walker Street, the disposal of land on Edward Street.
Yep.
Did we get the information we needed?
So,
So now you've got the procedural motion to let the matter lie on the table.
Is that, so we just, can I just walk through this, so we don't have to reconvene on the same day? We can adjourn a meeting to a following day? Will we adjourn the meeting for half an hour before we can adjourn a meeting for 24 hours?
10 o'clock tomorrow.
You've still got an hour. You could wait for the officer to come back.
I'd like to have a look at the site.
Look, there's design plans, there's everything.
So that,
John, that's the easiest path
I'll lay it
to
on the
take
table
from
and
that
look
corner
at
of the site straight across.
It's heavily constrained.
So-
within the design.
we wouldn't need to, like, we just wasn't meeting.
So are you adjourning this, you're letting this item lay on the table? You have to give a specified time for when you're going to come back. So we need to say, you're going to lay it on the table, I need to understand the specific matters that you want us to review. Say that we will resume the meeting, or we will resolve that matter tomorrow at a particular time.
Councillor Frosch?
Should we ask the staff when they think they will be able to provide us with the relevant and accurate information so that we can better make an informed choice of when we recommence?
Well, I think they will be able to by tomorrow. Well, it wouldn't take longer than a day.
No, I think we'll be able to do that.
Yeah, they'll be able to do that.
I've got to let's lay it on the table.
Okay, so the motion that matter lie on the table. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And then, so I assume the chair has
Yeah,
to do
oh, no, anybody can move that we adjourn.
No, do we have to put a time for tomorrow?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
adjourn until.
So just check to see,
Through the chair, may I
Yeah.
ask a question? I just want to make sure so that we are as efficient as possible with the staff's time so that we can come back. We do need, I would assume, a series of questions that you want answered, that we can respond to appropriately.
I think you know mine, the other side of the red line.
Yeah.
I think we know the answer. We want to understand what are the other options that are available that won't disadvantage council.
Dennis has got a diagram.
I've done a drawing.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see if that's possible to do that, because there's 230 links, 90 links, 203, 168 multiplied, gives you 18 metres and 46 metres, that's the size of the block. So what I'm saying, John, if we can push that pipe to the easement beside the house.
To the west.
To the west, correct. Push the pipe to the house by 18 metres, that will free up those 4 blocks or 3.5 blocks because there's infrastructure running across them.
I've got it.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to you with that. DA will. I think they're chasing grade to make it work. And they need an overland flow path to make it work. And that's why I believe the location is where it's proposed.
Stormwater conversion, you run at 0.
Not if it needs an overland flow path.
If it's overland, it doesn't, but.
They're showing an overland flow path in the design. So
So we'll take that on notice, councillor
the
Chapman.
detail will be provided.
Can we have it early? Because I don't think I'll be able to sleep on it.
Sleep on it. Come over here and I'll show you.
So, and I mean, my concerns, I mean, I just feel that we as an elected body, this is a decision, as I said, that only we can make. I think we need the information about the financial aspect, as I don't know how, if this would have been dealt with if I hadn't raised my question originally, but it does not actually, where it says financial implications, I think it says nil or nothing. That is my concern, is that in order to make a good decision, I'm sure we can make a valid decision without all the information, but in order to properly exercise the function, that again, only we have the power to do this, we at least need to know the basic financial information about what this will impact upon the saleability and value of that land.
So excuse me, Mr Mayor, have we nominated time for tomorrow? Because we are still live streaming, so
Yeah.
it'd be handy to get that.
I'm moving that we adjourn until 2 p.m. tomorrow. I'll put the motion. So this is that we close the meeting until 2 p.m. tomorrow. All in favour? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. I close the meeting at 1:59.
Thank you, Mr.